Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for my voice is not up to standard today, but I will drag it through. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our Executive Mayor, Mr. Paul Swart, our Deputy Mayor, Mr. Raymond Ross, and to the councillors that are here today, and also to our Municipal Manager, Mr. Eben Phillips. I would also like to welcome all our stakeholders that are here today. Small Enterprise Development Agency, Department of Transport and Public Works, National Home Builders Registration Council, Department of Transport and Public Works, oh sorry, I'm saying that one again, Construction Industry Development Board, and also to the Cape Agulhas municipality team that is here. We'd also like to welcome Overberg District Municipality. They are also here. We'd also like to welcome Department of Small Business Development and also to the ODM LED and Tourism Department. They are also here. If I did not mention you, I apologize. I will rectify it as we go through. I welcome everybody to the first Entrepreneurial Summit. The objective of today, ladies and gentlemen, is information sharing on role of each department and organization, as well as compliance checks and access to funding opportunities. So I am sure that everybody that is here, they are eager and very happy to be here today. Not wasting any further more time, I'd like to welcome our Executive Mayor, Mr. Paul Swart, to welcome us all. Thank you.
Dankie. Program Director, hearty welcome to you. Hearty welcome to each and everyone this morning on this beautiful Wednesday morning. It's midweek, no, Raymond? Okay, I was just asked to do the opening and the welcome. So, nou vanaf wat ek kom, van Elim af hier oor die berg, as ons praat van opening, en dan is dit van oor toe maak. So kom ons maak dit ons oor toe en ons vra vir die Here sy seën op hierdie funksie en op hierdie dag. Dierbare God en hemelse Vader, Here, U is almagtig. U het vir ons, Here, die dood oorwin. U het, Here, vir ons die graf oopgemaak en U sit aan die regterhand van God, die almagtige Vader. Here, van waar U oordeel, van waar U, Here, vir ons op die pad hou, van waar U sit, Here, U sit daar, Here, in 'n voorbereide plek vir voorbereide mense. Daarom kom ons, Here, in hierdie suidpunt van Afrika, kom ons vanmôre, Here, en ons nader U troon van genade, en ons, Here, pleit by U genade, en ons pleit by U liefde, Here, en U ontferming oor die mens. Here, ons wêreld, die aarde, ons land, Here, is op risiko. Al die wêreldfaktore, klimaatsverandering, Here, en die vinger wys na die mensdom. En ek bid, Here, dat U vir ons moet vergewe. Waar ons U wette, Here, en dit wat U van ons verwag oortree, elke dag van ons lewe. Ons leef in haat en in nyd teenoor mekaar. Maar wanneer ons as Christen in die spieël kyk, dan sê ons is geskape na U beeld, die almagtige God. En U het vir ons op aarde geplaas, Here, om te werk, om liefde te saai tussen mekaar. Om af te breek dit wat verkeerd is en op te bou dit wat goed is tot welbehae van u woord. Daarom kom ek, Here, vanmôre na u troon van genade om te pleit by u, Here, die mense wat saak maak in Kaapagulhas. Mense wat werksgeleenthede moet skep en sal skep vir hulle wat hulpeloos en hopeloos geword het. Those who are without hope. En ek wil, Here, by u pleit vanmôre dat u in elkeen van ons se harte omgaan en werk. Here, ons kom 'n lang pad in demokrasie. Maar hoe langer die pad word, Here, hoe meer verdeeld raak ons. Meer bekommerd raak ons. Dis 'n tydperk wat ons mekaar moet omhels. En laat ons, Here, in die voetpunt van Afrika, in die suide van hierdie, Here, land van ons, dat ons mekaar kan omhels en wys dat ware verandering en ware liefde kan begin in die suide van die kontinent. Seën dan hierdie verrigting. Seën ons as leierskap, die raad, amptenare. Seën elke sakeman en sakevrou wat hulle doen en wat hulle verrig in Kaapagulhas. Wil u vir hulle seën, hulle inkomste, hulle werk, hulle kennis en hulle verstand, sodat ons na hierdie dag meer kan doen wat van ons verwag word as mens. In Jesus naam. Amen. Baie dankie, familie en vriende, hartlik welkom by die spesiale geleentheid. It's a very special occasion, midweek. I thought, sometimes it's better to have it on a Friday. Want af en aan kan jy net wyn drink op 'n Vrydag aand en 'n Saterdag. Sondag moet jy weer in die kerk wees. Maar baie dankie vir hierdie geleentheid. Laat my net toe om 'n paar woorde te spreek. Daar het ons 'n spesiale motivational speaker, ook van die bodem van Bredasdorp. Hy gaan later u toespreek. Maar ek wil vir u sê, there's a lot that's been done over the past years that we tried to do something for the upcoming business people. Those who are jobless, who will become employees. En dit is die belangrikheid dat wanneer ons sulke geleenthede bied, ek kan nie verstaan dat there's open chairs. Daar moet nie oop stoele wees nie. En ons moet seker maak dat hulle wat daar is, wat al is sy besigheid klein, maar dat hy is, dat ons almal saam can, do and bring the change here in the South Point of Africa. Maar ons moet onsself afvra vanmôre, daar was in die verlede, deur die regering ook fondse beskikbaar gemaak, mense het gekry, maar het het by die regte mense uitgekom. Ek sal vra myself my vraag, where I come from, daar was van die klein boere, jy gee hulle pleit en beklei elke liewe dag. Daar was soveel keer gegee, daar's wat jy vra, daar's vir jou krywer, daar's vir jou grawe, daar's vir jou saad, daar's vir jou alles, daar's vir jou 'n Jojo tank. En dieselfde vandag, mense wat beklei en die amptenare kom uitvloek en skel oor 'n huis wat hulle al 20 jaar verwag. Kry die huis oor 2 maande is die huis uitverhuur. Wat hy nie huis nodig gehad nie. Die krywas, die saad en alles wat hy kry, word verkoop. So dit is wat vir ons bewys is, ons moet werklik waar as leierskap en sê, die wat al reeds die 'n besigheid is nie besigheid. Jy kan nie besigheid hê as jy nie die passie daarvoor het nie. Jy kan nie 'n dominee wees as jy nie geroep is deur God nie. Jy kan nie 'n leier wees as jy net van vooraf wil, jy moet 'n leier wees vir almal. Dit is sakemense van Kaapagulhas. You can only bring the difference. En ek het in 2017 gesê, die social ills in Kaapagulhas over die land en die wêreld, die regering kan dit nie regmaak nie. Geestelike leiers moet dit kom regmaak. As jy alles los in die hande van politici, dan het ons oorlog. Ons moet ons taak en ons verantwoordelikheid in Kapakalas begin opneem. En dan moet ons onsself afvra, wie is ek wat vanoggend die is? Daar is 'n klomp op die straat. Baie mense wat niks het nie, maar wat 'n passie het vir dit wat hy graag wil doen en dit wat hy droom om te doen. Iemand wat, ek kan onthou toe ons die ou bakkery op Eben begin het, ons het begin met 3 brode in 'n welcome dowe stove by Eben te huis. En later het het gegroei, en ons het later brode in Eben paais kom aflaai, in Bredastop, in Struisbaai, in Napier, oral. Omdat die passie daar was. Ons het gister 'n raadsvergadering gehad, en elke tweede woord was, wat doen ons vir ons entrepreneurs, mense wat wil. Maar ek sê dit, jy kan die perd bring tot by die water, maar jy kan hom nie maak drink nie. En ek wil vandag die hand uitsteek. We need mentors. Ons het mense nodig wat al, that was in business for 10 years and 20 years, 30 and 40, 50 years. To look back and to reach out and to come up as a mentor. Dit is hoe Suid-Afrika gaan slaag. Mense wat voorheen bevoorreg was, en as ons die land wil opbou en verander, moet ons terugkyk en sê, hoe help ek? Ek is nou besig met 'n boek, ek myself. Ek moet die woord geskryf wat jy thuis kan sê. The second half of your life. The second half. Wat doen jy in jou eerste jare van jou lewe? Jy's jonk, jy's passievol, jy het die liefde, jy sorg vir jou gesin. Maar jy sal 'n gelukkige mens sterwe as jy die dag voor jy sterwe kan omkyk en iets kan terugploeg. Moenie gee uit jou volheid. Moenie gee uit jou, wat wil ek sê nou, uit jou te veel nie. Moenie gee uit jou oorvloed het. Die Bybel sê, die vrou wil die laaste kom ingooi. As ons begin terugkyk in Kapakalas, en ons word mekaar se mentors, en ons word mekaar se omgee mense. Dit is die sukses van die mense wat God hier op aarde geplaas het. Die lewe is net so kort, net so. En daar is so baie, ek sê altyd, daar is soveel mense in Kapakalas met engelharte, wat werkte waar omgee. Ek wil nog 'n klomp goed gelees het, maar by die einde van die dag is, ons moet vir onsself afsê as entrepreneurs, as sakemense, ons moenie meer terugkyk na gister nie. Ons wil te veel terugkyk wat gister in my lewe gebeur het. Gister in die land gebeur het. En dan wonder ons wat oor 10 jaar gebeur. Maar jy het nie tyd in jou lewe om te bepaal wat jy vandag doen nie. Want net vandag maak saak in jou lewe. Gister is verby. Môre is nog 'n moontlikheid. Maar jy het net vandag. En jy spandeer te min kennis en tyd om te dink wat jy vandag maak, wat die verskil jy vandag maak in iemand se lewe. Ons na 30 jaar in Suid-Afrika is ons eie ondergang. Ek het vanoggend, toe stop ek langs die pad. Struisbaai Noordse mense is nog 3 dae sonder krag. Ek het nie beheer oor nie, maar almal klop aan, want as iemand se beenpyn, die burgemeester moet help. As iemand se oorseer is, die wijkraad dit moet help. Ek het vanoggend as die pad gestop, dis bid ek soms. Toe stop ek daar by die rivier, dan sien ek die son opkom, en ek vat 'n foto, en die sons opkom deur die bome. Ek stop daar, en ek sit op Facebook. Ek wil nie van vloek nie. Ek wil nie vloek nie, maar Eskom laat my binne toe vloek. Die Bybel sê mos, jy hoef iets te sê nie, maar dit wat jy dink is 'n klare sonde. Here, dat ek aan my sonde vanoggend gedoen. Nou sê 'n vrou van 'n pier op die ding is, nee, burgemeester, jy kan maar vloek, maar as 'n vloekwoord wat iemand gesê, dis so 'n vreeslike kerkpersoon gewees, maar die persoon het ook gevloek. Eskom is nou vir ons stroontjies. Maar ek wil hê dat ons vandag met hande vat. Dat die entrepreneurs, die sakemense kan sê, I am the captain of my fate, the master of my soul, the boss of my dreams, and I will be the king of my goals. En ek wil net daarmee afsluit. Kom ons begin vandag, en ek wil hê dat ons na hierdie een groot een moet maak. As baie mense wat iets het daar buite kan, wat iets maak, wat smag net vir 'n bietjie ondersteuning van iemand af. En ek kan sê, daar is genoeg geld in hierdie land, en daar is genoeg mense wat omgee, maar as jy nie gaan oplig en vir jouself wil help nie, gaan niemand anders help nie. Toe lê die man daar so wat lê bid elke dag en sê, daar nie ruimte vir 'n broodjie nie, meneer. En hier staan hy sê, staan op en volg my. Maar jy moet opstaan. En jy moet van rigting verander. Jy moet na die son toe kyk. Dan sal jy gesien word. Maar jy kan nie elke dag sit en kla, wie gaan wat vir my doen nie. Solank jy kla, so min tyd het jy oor vir jouself. Let's do it. It's in our hand. We can do the bread and bring the difference in Cape Agulhas. Ons is nou besig, en ons gaan binnekort mense nooi. Ek het hier by ons strategiese sessie vir die MM vir die raadsie gevra, ons as raad, Cape Agulhas was al genomineer as die beste in die land. Ons kan dienste lewer tot die bloute van die oseaan, ons kan die beste dienste lewer. If we're not going to address poverty, then we will go nowhere. We need to look back. Ons moet armoede aanspreek, want solank armoede is, daar sal vandalisasie wees, daar sal tik wees, daar sal damage wees, alles sal wees solank daar armoede is. Het jy al opgestaan in die oggend, en het jy 10 rand in jou sak, om 'n brood te koop? If you don't have that, what are you going to do for the rest of the day? En dit is wat ons regte waar na mekaar moet kyk. Dit is nie meer vandag lekker. En ek raak emosioneel daaroor. Dit is nie meer lekker in hierdie land om 'n politicians te wees nie. Hulle sê politicians, as hy sterf oor die dag, gaan hy reguit hemel toe. Omdat hy hel op aarde al klaar gehad het. En ek moet vir jou sê, dit is nie lekker om vandag 'n politician in Suid-Afrika te wees nie. Want mense is gefrustreerd. Mense is nie meer lus vir politiek nie. But let's not get negative. Kom ons steek vandag die vuur van positiwiteit aan hier in Cape Agulhas. Ons is besig met 'n agency buite aan die munisipaliteit om armoede aan te spreek. Die munisipaliteit moet dienste lewer. Hy moet kyk dat jou riool en water is. Maar ons kan nie werk skep nie. Ons gaan nou 'n agency skep buite aan die munisipaliteit. En ons gaan begin met 'n incubator op hierdie oomblik. Daar's 'n mark vir 100 varke 'n week en die loop honderde varke in Cape Agulhas los. So let's start this morning. En ons steek die vuur aan van positiwiteit, vuur van verandering. It's never too late to do the things today that should have been done yesterday. Never too late. Baie dankie en geniet die sessie. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for those words of motivation. Truly, truly appreciated. As I did say, if I did skip out some people that I did not mention, I would like to come back and rectify that. We'll also like to welcome Government Communication and Information System. They are also here at GCIS, and also a warm welcome to Nedbank. They are also here. I'm sorry for not mentioning you earlier on. All right, so moving swiftly along, I'm going to call one of my best people in this municipality. I believe he's one of the vibrant ones. Our municipal manager, Eben Phillips. Thank you so much.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And don't worry, I haven't paid Wendy to say anything about me. En sy soek 'n job hier so. Yeah, but thank you very much for this opportunity, and it's always very difficult to speak after the executive mayor. My vrou sê altyd, hy het sy calling gemis. Hy moes eintlik 'n dominee gewees het. So, Mayor, thanks for that inspiring words. And from my side, normally we've got this partnership that the Mayor do the talking and I do the doing. So that is what I want to just elaborate on a bit. I can take this off. And that is to indicate specifically to our entrepreneurs what does Cape Agulhas municipality do to make sure that we stimulate the local economy and also make sure that there are access to opportunities. And it's true what the mayor is saying, we can provide that access, but our entrepreneurs embrace those opportunities and make sure that they turn it into viable business ventures. Ongelukkig is dit iets wat die munisipaliteit nie kan doen nie, want anders sou ons nie in die munisipaliteit gewees het as ons besigheidsmense was nie. So that is what I'm trying to just allude to, and just in terms of our mandate from a local economic development perspective. And I think all of us understand that LED is the responsibility of the municipality to ensure that there's a conducive environment for business to thrive. And that is why we try to make it easier to do business with government. We've got a number of initiatives such as the red tape reduction program and a number of other things. We are now trying to institutionalize our partnerships with organizations such as CEDA, all the different entities, the agencies that you currently see within this room. And this is one of the objectives of the municipality, to bring people together, see how we can assist one another. I've said it on a number of platforms before. As the accounting officer of Cape Agulhas municipality, in Afrikaans sê ek raak sommige keer skaam. Ek teken miljoene rande se kontrakte af. And I've had alluded to this before. And you know the irony is, most of those million rands of contracts goes over the mountain. And that is what we want to change. And if I say want to change, I'm choosing my words quite carefully because it's not going to happen by itself. We need to do something to change that situation. And that is my responsibility. And that is why we need the political will, firstly, to make sure that we empower our local entrepreneurs to get access to opportunities, to get business from the municipality, to get business from other government departments. We can play that facilitation role because that is why we need to do that. The mayor has already alluded, I mean, the Statistics General report just came out, and it's alarming to see how unemployment is just rising and rising. And people, what is even more concerning is that statistics relates to a youth unemployment rate that sits as between 36 to 40%. En ons weet as ons jong mense nie werk het nie, dis 'n ticking time bomb. And we need to see how we are going to influence that and make sure that that we play our part. It's a national phenomenon. We always refer to the top 3 challenges within government, and that is poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And we need to see how we play our part as a local authority in terms of our economic development mandate to make sure that we try to turn that situation around. And that is why I would really encourage you. We are now doing what we call a local entrepreneurs empowerment policy, because that's the one thing. All this talk and all this lip service won't mean anything if our policies and our strategies that we employ does not make it easier for people to do business. En ons sê die een ding, maar ons supply chain management prosesse, ons ander beleide maak dit moeilik vir mense om regtig geleenthede te kry by die munisipaliteit self. And that is why I think some of you must have followed this whole thing about the Concord judgment, the Constitutional Court judgment, in terms of the Preferential Procurement Framework Act. So 'n lang woord, maar the PPFA is one of those policy instruments of government to make sure that we make a preferential, we trying to promote local entrepreneurs in getting business, but there was a constitutional court judgment which actually had an influence on municipalities that they could not procure for at least 6 months. And that is why we'll see across government, there's a very low expenditure in terms of their capital programs, because that uncertainty and the court cases made it difficult for government to make sure that they roll out their different programs. But that is why that has now been, the uncertainty has now been clarified, so we can continue to apply the triple PFA. And the triple PFA is one of those instruments where we can really make sure that local people get opportunities from government itself. So that is just from my side. So I would really encourage people, if you, I think, Oscar, the policy is now being advertised. And I also really want to thank the CIDB, because that's also the one thing that local government is closest to the people, but local government is also a very regulatory environment. Alles het te doen met wetgewing. Enige iets wat jy doen, gaat iemand vir jou kan sê, daar's 'n wet wat vir jou voorhoed om, hoe noem mense het, prohibit to do something. En dit is hoekom ons maar altyd hoekom ons maar altyd probeer om by die boek te bly, but we also need to make sure that we show our intention, and that is to make to promote local economic development. I think all of us came through a very traumatic and very devastating COVID-19 pandemic. I can remember, Antoinette, the last time we were here, on a Friday evening, we could only put in 50 people, because that was just part of, and the 51st person had to turn around, because Antoinette and them was very strict on the regulations at the time. But now it's good to see that we are turning to a more way of normality, although I am of the opinion that normal will never be normal as we used to know it in the past. But again, at least it's very encouraging to see that we can have more people can engage, and the economy has slowly and phased with a phased-in approach open up again. Because at the end of the day, that is, if the economy is not working, then all of our other interventions will be in vain. Ek sê altyd, en dis waar wat die burgemeester sê, vir die grootskaalse probleme en uitdagings gaan politieke oplossing, of daar is nie 'n politieke oplossing nie, maar ons moet kyk na 'n ekonomiese oplossing. Because I see one thing, if people have got a job, people has got access to at least earn an income, then that provides dignity, that provides a better self-esteem, that makes sure that people can go out and sustain themselves. Want is nie, dit moet nie 'n lekker gevoel wees om elke keer bakkant te kom staan en sê, I need this, I need that, and I need the other. And unfortunately in South Africa, over the couple of decades, we have more and more developed into a welfare state. You can see all over the social media, people would want to know, what is government doing in terms of this? What is government doing in terms of that? En ek kan willen sê, as ons vir government gaan wag, then we're gonna wait till all the politicians are in heaven. So that is just one thing that we need to try to see, what can we do for ourselves? How can we utilize the opportunities to make sure that we sustain ourselves, stimulate the economy, and that we also can create jobs and opportunities for other people. And that is why I'm so encouraged about the initiatives that have been started in Cape Agulhas. We just look at the container parks that have been established and all the other initiatives. It's a way of trying to say we promote entrepreneurs, we establish entrepreneurs in order to assist government to also provide job opportunities. But the other thing is we need to support those initiatives. We need to make sure that if we have a conscious principle that we are going to support our local people, then we need to put our money where our mouths are. So that is just some of the input from my side. And again, I really want to really want to invite the comment, the input in terms of that that local entrepreneurs empowerment policy of the municipality. Oscar, I believe you've got all the details of everybody within this room, so you can email that draft document. We want to take it to council, but we want to make sure that it's an inclusive approach. We want to make sure that everybody provides us with that input in what can Cape Agulhas municipality do to make more of those millions stay this side of the mountain. And that is, I can tell you, even if that is the last thing in my tenure here at Cape Agulhas that I want to influence. I'm not apologetic. We want to create millionaires and billionaires within Cape Agulhas. And we shouldn't be apologetic about, because the people deserve it. That is what people do in other areas. And that is what we need to stand together and make sure that we also make sure that we provide that opportunities for people really not to only survive, but to thrive. And that is what we want to see. So thanks a lot. That's from my side, Wendy. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, MM, for those wonderful, wonderful words. Oh yeah, by the way, I didn't introduce myself. That's the worst part. You can forget everybody here, but not me. My name is Wendy Kweyama, and I am your MC for the day. I'm sorry for letting you know now, but hey, we're still here. We still got a long day to go. My next speaker is a very profound man. So I would just like to give you a little bit of a background about him. Given Mageni, as he so fondly wants to be known as, is just another somebody who is trying to redirect the course of South Africa's economic regression. As well as a well-rounded leader, he led many teams to success and relevance across both the private sector and public sector. As part of the Africa Marketing Executive Management Team, Gavin gained invaluable exposure throughout the African continent in his roles with ABSA and Barclays Africa. His strategic leadership capabilities were tested in his keen ability to integrate strategic marketing, business development, communication, and corporate affairs, a capability which is still lacking on the African continent. In his view, the ability to generate sustainable value at a consistent pace is a key imperative, often sacrificed by the need for immediate gratification by short-term gains. I'm reading big words here. He further states that business leaders underestimate the power that lies in the principles. Doing the basics right, and money will follow. Securing the foundations, being consistent, and staying committed to your people, and protecting institutional memory. Besides the many accolades and achievements, his philosophy was to put the test in his task to implement a turnaround strategy for the South African Design Institute, which forms part of the Department of Trade and Industry, South Africa. The institute is currently a 50-year-old institution which formed an essential part in local industrialization and innovation. Staying true to his philosophy, he managed to implement a turnaround strategy in less than 18 months, catapulted the entity from government grants, dependency, and self-sustainable revenue generation. Under his leadership, he led the team without dedicated business development experts to secure more than 150 million rand for the implementation of client value propositions within the sphere design, innovation, entrepreneurship, and EDST localization. Not giving any further more words, could you please welcome Mr. Gavin Mageni?
I have no idea. That is what I got from the internet. Morning. Morning. Yeah, Gavin. Okay. I think it's important for me to, when I get on a platform, it's important for people to understand why am I here. But before we get to me, let's do some diagnostics. And I'm going to ask 2 or 3 people, what is it that you want from today? So enige persoon, wat wil jy hê van vandag? Hoekom is jy hier? Let's try it. Hoekom is jy hier? Kan enige persoon vir my sê? Mense ons is nou nie in die kerk. Okay, daar is iemand. Hello. It's democracy. You can sit, you can stand, you can lay. Yeah. Hi, Jackie. No, Jackie's good.
To be close to my mouth. Okay, I'm Jackie. I'm
Niemand wil hem nie. Okay, Jackie, kom staan by my. Dis alright, kom praat my.
This is so awkward because I'm such an introvert, but okay. Hi, I'm Jackie. I started my business about 4 years back. It's actually a passion. I use my creativity and just being a woman with helping other women and especially young girls. I do makeup and I do hair. So I focus on like the things that I'm good at, which is drawing and just more creativity skills. So I harness them and I'm a freelance artist. So I started from nothing. And with my business, I've helped quite a few people in my town. I'm also a big animal activist. So I spend a lot of my time feeding people and helping animals and children and women. So that's basically what I do. And out of this today, I'd like to just further myself, make my business a little bit bigger so that I can help other girls be inspired to sow into their community and be there for other women. I also work with a doula, so that's great. She does a lot of work with women who are giving birth at the hospital. So that's something we do and something I'd like to continue to do is just help other people. Thank you.
I think that I didn't get to my purpose of why I ask people, why are you here today? Masusi, my yana. Oh, meneer van Susie, my gee nie julle die volgende preek.
Goeiemôre almal, ek kan seker Afrikaans praat. Ek dink verlede jaar Julie maand, toe besluit ek kan nie sit te wag vir 'n pensioen elke maand nie. En ek besluit ek wil vir my 'n besigheid begin. Maar ek dink daaraan om 'n besigheid te doen, jy moet 'n passie hê vir dit wat jy doen. En ek besluit ek gaan Sondagborde kos verkoop. En toe ek sien die kos gaan goed aan, maar dat is nie eintlik vir my 'n inkomste nie. Toe was ek sit 'n puddingkie by, ek moet groter en breër dink. En uiteindelik tot nou toe, munisipaliteit het gekom, meneer Swart dat 'n video kom maak. En ek is op die oomblik besig soos in die community, saam met die Moko groep, ons werk met mannebevoorregte kindertjies, ek skakel so 'n bietjie by die haweloses in, maar dit is nie waaroor het gaan nie. Ek wil vir u sê, ek het begin 'n groter droom. Maar wat vir my eintlik nou nog die hart is, ons wil by Spar 'n pletter byvoorbeeld gaan koop. Susie maak pletters, ek maak 'n voorbeeld. Ons wil by in die Kaap vana laat potte en panne kom om te hier, maar Susie het ook dat. Ek wil vir ons sê, ons moet 'n bietjie kyk aan ons hier binne in ons plekkie. Kom ons ondersteun mekaar. Jy weet my besigheidjie is klein, maar ek kan getuig daarvan. It's growing, taking it step by step. En dan ploeg ek aan die gemeenskap in. So ek is vandag hier om te Dis om die essers. Begin met 'n besigheid, begin om jouself te bemagtig, begin om jouself te empower. Want weet jy wat 'n couple of years ago was ek in Johannesburg? 3 maande agter te empower, to raise your voice, whatever platform you enter. En ek wil vanmôre sê, ek is hier van my besigheid of om my besigheid te laat groei. Maar ek wil nie net hê dit moet groei nie, want dit groei reeds. Ek wil mense, ek wil ook werkers aanstel, sodat ek deur my besigheid ook 'n brood op die tafel kan sit. Baie dankie.
Now, I think it's important for you to understand the way that you operate. I cannot come to a platform and preach to you. So, Oscar drive. It's a bit, okay, let's stick there. It's a bit difficult if I can't drive myself, but it's okay, the remote doesn't work. I always say that to be an entrepreneur, I am not one, guys, but I'm an entrepreneurial thinker. So it doesn't, dat maak nie saak of ek 'n produk verkoop en of ek in 'n job is nie. Wanneer ek 'n salaris verdien, beteken dit dat my brein moet entrepreneurial kan dink. En dit is my challenge vandag vir die hele kamer. Is nie net julle wat hier so is as gaste nie. Daarso is mense wat mandate het, wat hulle moet uitleef. En die responsibility is om entrepreneurial te dink. As ons praat van passie, dit gaan nie net oor jou besigheid nie, dit gaan oor die service provider of die enabler wat jou moet help. As die persoon nie 'n passie het nie, gaan jou klein besigheid ook nie daar kom nie. Jy word 'n salaris betaal vir mandaat. En dis 'n realiteit. Hoe slaap jy in die aand? En ek dink ek had dit as mense bios voorlees en dan nou alles lees. Ek is nou nog nie dood nie. Ek het dit goed vir mense gestuur nie. Maar ek neem aan dis wat hulle op die internet. En ek gaan vir jou net so 'n agtergrond gee. Ons kan maar drive. Hoekom is ek hier? Hoekom dink ek staan? Hoekom dink ek staan? Ons kan maar drive nie. Ons maar okay. Ja, daar sê. Ja, it is. Ek is 'n control freak, by the way. So, ek het nou nog nie die protocol observe, maar baie dankie vir Wendy wat ook my verwelkom het in my afwesigheid. Is ek nie regtig verwelkom nie, maar ons is hier. En sy sit 'n game en sy sê, wat soek jy hierdie vrou sê in die tsunami? But in any case, guys, ek sê altyd, as ek op 'n platform is, dan moet ek kan verstaan, hoekom is ek daar? Wat validate my om met jou te praat oor jou besigheid? En hulle het nou 'n groot stuk goed daar gelees, maar wie van julle onthou die creepy crawly? En dan, ja, creepy crawly Karen is ons accountant ook so, counselor, welkom. Creepy crawly is daar so. Wie onthou die dolosse? Die dolos. Niemand van julle nie. Hoe dink julle is die Kaapse hawe gebou? En ek is nogal baie trots, want my pa was 'n crane operator daai jare en hy was deel om die Kaapse hawe te bou met die dolosse. Nou daai is designs, ek gaan jy nou terugvat. Die jare toe dit nou sanctions was. Nou, toe die land onder sanctions was, toe beteken dit dat niemand kon handel dryf met Suid-Afrika nie. Ons was so te sê afgesny van die wêreld as gevolg van apartheid. Maar Suid-Afrikaners was slim en dit is vanaf 1956. Toe begin hulle innovasie toepas. Hulle begin dink, hoe kan ons nuwe produkte op die mark kry? Toe kom jy met die dolosse, toe kom jy met die creepy crawlies en so kan ek 50 van sulke produkte. Op die ou einde toe doen mense besigheid met Suid-Afrika, sanctions of the not, want hulle het iets op die mark gebring wat ander mense nodig gehad het. Ongelukkig is die dollars gesteel deur die Amerikaners, Want niemand het nooit die design as Suid-Afrikaans geregistreer nie. Maar dit is 'n Suid-Afrikaanse design. En ek het 'n voorreg gehad in my lewe om deur government gevra te word om daardie spesifieke sentrum weer op die been te bring. Daai was genoem die industrialization hub van Suid-Afrika. En ek loop die dag aan en ek dink by myself, jong, 56 jaar se geskiedenis lê hier. Maar hoe kan ons maak om hierdie geskiedenis vandag relevant te maak? En binne in my, en ek gaan skip soos ek gaan hoor, so moenie worry nie, binne in my denke, het ek begin te dink, wat is die grootste ding wat klein besighede mee struggle? Nou, soos jy self weet, my pa se eie besigheid, en dit was een van my drome gewees. As ek die dag klaar gestudeer is, wil ek hê om moet op vir ander mense werk en hy moet sy skills vir homself begin toepas. En dankie Here, dit is mense soos Karen wat ons support en as ons rekenmeester en dis baie goed ding jy moet 'n rekenmeester hê, nee. Ons stamp baie koppe, maar ons kom maar deur. So en nou kyk ek aan die my het gesê, as jy as 'n entrepreneur die passie het, dan kan ek niks meer doen nie. Ek kan nie vir jou suksesvol maak as dit nie binne jou is nie. Ek kan nie en toe Oscar van my sê jong, die mense kom by die huis, ek was weer vir operasie en die mense sê, Oscar soek jou, die mense sê, jy moet 'n motivering speel. Ek sê, hoe die hel motiveer ek 'n entrepreneur? Want om 'n entrepreneur te wees, jou vuur kom van binne af. Jy slaap nie. As jy vannag rustig slaap, dan moet jy jouself begin ondervra. Hoekom slaap ek? Nou, ek is OCD, daar is 'n ander ding, ek slaap nie regtig nie, so dis fine, my mind bly besig. Maar as a small business owner, you cannot have 10 hours of sleep, then something is wrong. Your mind should be what next? Ek het nou van my Susie geluister, sy het 'n bottom line so gevat. Nou, ons kan baie goeie boekterme daaraan meet, die om nie met die fruit en veg, klein tafeltjie begin, groter. Want jy begin te kyk, okay, dis my uitgawes. Hoe diversify ek, hoe diversifiseer ek, hoe expand ek my besigheid? As ek vandag net 'n bord kos verkoop, sy het 'n bakkie pudding bygesit, wat het dit gedoen? Dat het haar lyn van service offerings geëxpand, en dit het meer geld op die tafel gebring. En dis simpel mechanisms. Dis hoekom ek sê, 'n entrepreneur moet altyd dink, wat next? Wat kan ek nog doen? Kom ons kyk Antoinette Wens. Wie van julle was op die plaas gewees by 'n troue by Antoinette Wens? Ja? Niemand nie. Dis waar hulle begin het. Hulle begin as die Wens Company, vandag kom sit jy in 'n plek waar jy 'n restaurant het. Vandag kom sit jy by 'n plek waar jy live performances het. Dis hoe business moet evolve. Jy kan nie sit en bly waar jy is nie. En dis die verskil tussen being sustainable and hand to mouth. As ek elke maand net R100 maak, en ek gaan slaap lekker elke aand, dan moet jy maar los. Dan moet jy maar los. Gaan Sassa toe, is R350 'n maand. Lekker grand geld. Want om 'n entrepreneur, dis hoekom ek kan vir eerlik sê, ek het die krag om regtig ten volle 'n entrepreneur te wees. Want ek hou my pad op 72-jarige ouderdom. Jy moet vir Karen vra, hoe sukkel ons vir hy om te sê, jy moet 'n salaris vat. Sy punt is, my mense moet betaal word. So as jy, en as ons kyk na, my mense moet betaal word, wat beteken dit direk? Ek moet jobs skep. Ek moet werksgeleenthede skep. Dit is hoekom jy 'n entrepreneur is. Die ekonomie van Suid-Afrika kan nie survive sonder small businesses nie. Nuwe jobs gaan nie van die existing landskap afkom nie. Ek kyk byvoorbeeld Kapula Candles, mense word alweer geretrench. Ja? Jy sit met almal die skills. Is daar besigheid opportunity? Is daar 'n co-op opportunity? Want jy sit met almal die skills wat nou gaan. So dit is die denke wat ons moet begin dink. 'n Entrepreneur se mind is altyd besig. Altyd besig, maar ek wil ook hê jy moet 'n jack of all trade master of none wees. Ek kan nie by jou kom vetkoeke koop en loop ek in sandals of in panties vasie. Wat wil jy doen? Focus. So maak jy mind op wat wil jy doen? En ek dink as ons, en dit is maar nou net almal hierdie goedjies wat my partnerships en almal daai goed wat nou in die verlede opgebou het. En ek gaan vir jou sê, daar's een ding wat ek agtergekom het, en almal praat van die entrepreneurial ecosystem. Daar is nie 'n entrepreneurial ecosystem in Suid-Afrika nie. Dit is hoekom jy sit met small business development, jy sit met SEDA, jy sit met SIFA, jy sit met wat, jy sit met die. Jy as 'n entrepreneur weet die waartoe om te gaan nie. Is ek reg? Almal sê ons invest, daar is geld. Mense, en die issue is, dit is nie asof daar nie geld is, daar's biljoene, maar hoe kry ek dit? Hoe kom ek by die punt waar ek kan sit en sê, ek het nou 'n ride, mense, ek is nou rustig. My grootste fights, en ek meen toe small business development as 'n departement begin het, ek het baie goeie relationship met minister Lindiwe Zulu, want ons het hierdie ding van die begin af, met haar inkom in die departement, Global Entrepreneurship Network, Global Entrepreneurship, ons was saam met land toe, ons het almal die aspekte teruggebring na Suid-Afrika toe. So, die fondasies is daar. Maar hoe kom ons weg? Toe ek gevra word, jy moet nou na government toe kom, jy moet hierdie dooie ding, moet jy nou kom lewendig maak. Maar ons wil hier met 'n white paper skryf. Nou die Here wil my mense, ek hou mos nie van 'n handtekening op 'n dokumentie. My ding was gewees, ek wil die werk doen. Skryf julle maar die white paper, né? Ek wil net die werk doen, ek wil net vir jou wys wat dit beteken om 'n klein besigheid te vat, om in een plek neer te sit en almal die support. Okay, let's say no, that was my, Wendy, I am so sorry, that was my challenge last night. No, do I speak Afrikaans, do I speak English? So now I must mix. So so kan ons my Engels gooi maar soos daar sê. So my biggest challenge was, how do I create a place where I can simulate an ecosystem, where I can bring an entrepreneur or an innovator into one space and give him access to all of these opportunities, but keep in mind the growth path. And you will see later, I'm going to ask you very serious questions. Do you know where you are as a business? Are you operating without having a business idea? Do you have a shop front, but no clients? So those are questions that you need to understand. Om 'n besigheid oop te maak is nie net om 'n besigheid oop te maak nie. Jy gaan daar sit en jy gaan jou tande tel en dan gaan niemand kom nie. Because you never took into account who is my user. What am I selling? What does my user look like? How do I respond to my user? Now, if you take, for instance, kom ons vat nou, ek is een van Masusi, ons is een van Masusi se kliënte. Nou, her view was, okay, nou, baie van julle eet afval. Nou, as ons afval wil, dan gaan ons haat toe. Maar ons moet nie, julle weet ons nou maas verlede, so dat is niemand wat kan afval maak by ons, maar as ons afval wil, dan gaan ons haat toe. she knew what our needs are and she could respond to that particular need. And that for me is important. So I have given you in 2015 already a code of conduct to validate why am I here. My PhD thesis, my last PhD was around entrepreneurial ecosystems. And that is exactly the work why I said, I don't want to write a white paper. I want to show you how this thing works. Within 3 years, I took 5,000 businesses from nothing to performing to millionaire statuses. Why? Because you put them in the middle and you create or simulate an ecosystem. It's difficult for me if you just take CEDA. Now we have a very brilliant relationship. This is, for instance, one of their clients, which I took from them and said, give me this client. Let me show you what I can do with it. This guy has macadamia nuts. Now, macadamia nuts it's a cooking oil. It's like sunflower oil, but it's more healthier for your heart. And he was the only one in South Africa who knew how to get this thing. And this guy's from the Eastern Cape. For 5 years, he's been laying in the system with CEDA, not getting anywhere. And what did we realize? That his value proposition was not geared for the market. He didn't know where to go for what. CEDA has different grants. You get marketing grants, you get business support grants, etc., etc. However, the channel of growth, you must go out and apply for marketing. Then you wait for 7 months. Then you apply for business support. Then you wait for another how many months. But it's not integrated. You're not working with one person who takes you through the journey. You understand? That's why I said, in order for SMEs to move fast, simulate the ecosystem. Become a catalyst, and this is my challenge to local economic development as well as local government here. Become the catalyst, that one-stop place where the SME comes and you simulate the ecosystem around the person. But important, guys, I can only work with people that want to work. There's no time for handouts. Now, you might have seen me in town, etc. So, okay, just quick. These people are now trading in Pick and Pay, Spar, Woolworths. And this is after 8 months of interventions, right? This is one of the stories, and Lerato always inspires me. You know, this girl is a biochemist, and she believed so much in her idea. She literally sold her house. There was a time that she and the child slept in the car. But the ecosystem pushed them all around until they came to us. And she became the first Black woman on the African continent that could supply Petrolink lubricants. But this is when you put your arms around the individual and you navigate the road for them. Ons weet die wat se government almal claim, onthou, enterprise and supplier development is wetgewing. Elke departement moet dit doen. Jy moet geld spandeer op enterprise and supplier development. Maar in privaat sector, maar waar gaan hy geld naartoe? Ons events soos dit, waar ons lekker kon eet, en dan na dit gaan ons allemaal huis toe, en dan sien ons mekaar weer volgende jaar, en dan kom eet ons weer by Antoinette, maar ons het niks om, you've got nothing to show. We've wasted money, government money, because we don't use these opportunities to actually pull businesses and ring-fence them, work with them in 12 months, and come and showcase them the next 12 months. My conversation with Oscar and his team was, I don't speak for the sake of speaking. What's going to happen after this event? Jy het nou lekker klomp geld gespend, wat na? My reputation is important. So that's why I'm very selective of where I speak, because I cannot associate myself with people that just want to wine and dine. That's why my stint in private sector has taught me to be rent and cent conscious. And it prepared me to come into government and be cautious of what I spent and how I spent. If this is not of value at the end of the day, then we are wasting all of our times. Ek het kos by my huis. Ek hoef nie by aan toe net te kom kos eet nie. Nee? Bottelwater, die kry net lekker water. So let's be cautious of how we monetize these interventions. And I heard what the mayor said. Next year, it must be big. But next year, this team that presented this platform must show him the value of why he invested in this platform. Am I right? So that's why I said we've got two parties in the room. It's not just the small business individual. It is also those that sits here with mandates to actually drive economic development. We can, but as leadership, as executive leadership, they can but facilitate the platform. They can but give you the go-ahead, but it depends on you. What's going to happen tomorrow? Right? So, guys, okay, dat is maar net, Porsche M is een van my grootste favorites. Wie van julle gebruik Porsche M? En kliks, don't you guys use Porsche M skin products? Please support local. Please support local. And it is tested, not on animals. So, a young lady, very, very young lady, and the marula fruit is an African fruit. So this amarula that you're drinking, it's only in Africa that you get that fruit. And this is one of the key ingredients of her skin products that is on Pick n Pay's shelves, etc. So please support local. And it's a young lady that, and you know, when those people, and that's why I say you can actually smell an entrepreneur because they're hungry. You can see the way they walk. I mean business, what? En moenie na pad kom jy gaan gewipe word. Jy gaan laaste kom. They're hungry. And like these are some of the people that you just enjoy the energy. And you know these people are serious about their business. You know these people are serious about building the new economy. Suid-Afrika is bankrot, het julle dit geweet? Hoekom lag julle? Suid-Afrika is nou al die afgelope 6 jaar het ons negative growth. Ons het nie geld nie. Weet julle wat blacklisted mean mos, né? Die land is geblacklist, guys. Why? Because for me, it's a shock. Now, I've been all over the world, and to get to Japan and somebody tells me he wants to show me our iron ore and our steel. Die staal word vanaf Rustenburg vervoer Japan toe. Dan maak hulle vir jou die aluminium leer en dan koop ons sy leer terug. I sit with the CEO of SA Diamond Traders. Our diamonds get out of our ground, it goes to India, it gets cut, and then we buy our own diamond back. Does that make sense? That is the reality. In Bloemfontein, our cotton leaves for Taiwan, Korea, China, and we import the material. That's the reality of what is happening in our country. So that's why I'm saying, guys, as small businesses, you are so important. You are so important. We cannot get revenue if you don't create revenue. We cannot get jobs if you don't create jobs. Guys, 40% van ons jong mense is unemployed. Hoe lyk ons next generation? Sorry. Hoe lyk ons next generation? Te koppies. Did we even think about it? If your economically active population is unemployed and they sit with the attitude of ek moet kry, Now, one thing I'm not used to is to walk in the street and somebody asks you for 5 rand, somebody asks you for 10 rand. And I'm like, but guys, if you could have just come to my dad's house and said, I want to work in the garden, I would have given you 100 rand. Ek sal vir jou 100 rand gegee het. But the mere fact that you sit with this attitude of entitlement, I must get, it's not going to get you anywhere. I mean, all of us, we were given the opportunities. And I always look at my schoolmates and then said, but we all had the same opportunities. I was intelligent enough to understand that my parents doesn't really have a lot of money. I want to become a lawyer. But guys, okay, let me rather go study teaching. I will get a degree with a bursary. And henceforth, after that, 10 degrees further. Because ek het hier gesit waar ek gesit het. And that is the reality that you as a small business entrepreneur need to understand. Your passion needs to become your catalyst. And if you don't drive a business that has impact, you can leave. You need to be able to let somebody talk about you. So that's why I only have 3 rules, and this is now my end. 1 rule, who are you in business for? Who are you in business for? You're in business for me. I'm your customer. You open an opportunity for me. It's not about you. That's why I have a problem with service in this country. You are not doing me a favor. When I buy from you, you're not doing me a favor. Your business is there to serve me. Your business can only grow because it's created by one customer that talks about the positive experience with another customer, right? You have this tendency, if you have a shop front now, I love watching the people at the containers. I love it. Come 5 o'clock, they closed. Your foot flow kom tussen 5:30 tot 6:00 af, maar jy's toe. Daar werk vir die dag. Your customers are coming down, they're going home, but you closed. Nou vir wie was jy oop? Jou dag jy kan maar toegemaak het. That is the reality. My thing is this year, we have load shedding. Did you even see what Flames looks like when it's load shedding? Because people run for pizzas. Maar ons mense run chesanyamas, ne? Braai. Die vure brand, die vure is frik. Mense is honger. Jy's toe as load shedding. But you make your food on coals. Jy maak braai, jy verkoop braai, maar jy's toe want is load shedding. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't. That's why I'm saying, make up your mind. What do you want to do? You can't work from 8 to 4. If you run a business, you must know when your clients are in need. You must know when your customers are in need. And I think one of the key things, one of the main investments that I'm always proud to look at when I'm coming here is this place. Load shedding or not, die ligte brand. Why? They understood the market. They grew with the market. They invested rather in a generator so that they can make up that time during when it's load shedding and all the other businesses are closed. So understand that you're in business for your customer. Number 2, who owns your business? Who owns your business? The person who owns your working capital owns your business. Do you understand that? Verstaan ons daai? Daai persoon wat jou working capital gee, as die eienaar van jou business. So as die municipaliteit vir jou elke maand working capital moet gee, dan moet jy maar die license gaan oorgee. Yes, your business municipality. You cannot run a business when your working capital is owned by somebody else. You cannot, for the love of God, not pay rent. Then you need to close your doors, then you are in the wrong business. And I always say, guys, I am very direct. Ek het hier filter nie. That's why I cannot commit suicide. Sy sê altyd weet wat jy binne ingaan en kom uit. I cannot. En kan dit mense kan nie. Shame. Die bekker loop oor die dasie wag vir die mondie. So I'm very direct. I will tell you, if you come and sit with me, I will tell you, you've wasted enough time. Maak maar toe, né? Asseblief. Gaan doen my aansoek by SASSA vir 'n grant. Dit gaan jou meer geld inbring. I'll be very honest with you. Crucial conversations is important, and this is the journey that you take the entrepreneur through. I wrote an article a few months back in entrepreneurship, and the editor asked me, what is the one thing you want to talk about? Given your history with small businesses. I said, the one challenge I have is when people get married to their idea. Sommige mense mos in huwelik en sê hulle like, you know, for better or worse. A business is not like that, guys. Don't get married to your idea. Be open so that other people can tell you what they need from you. That is your role, to listen to the market. If I want to be successful, I will listen to my client. Why is it that my dad is at his age will get up at 2 a.m. and drive to Hermanus for a customer? Why? Because it's that customer that keeps the doors open. His sleep means nothing in relation to the customer that keeps the doors open, because there's an employee that must be paid at the end of the week. There's a job that needs to be created for somebody else. So that is what an entrepreneur does. Jy gaan nie 10 uur in die nag dan slaap jy al. What is your customer value proposition? Do you even know what you are doing? What do you sell, guys? What is my sweet spot? You go to the place, the containers, for instance, in a radius of 10 meters, there's 3 people that sell chips, slab chips. What makes you stand out from the rest? Is your market not saturated? Hoeveel mense eet chips in Bredasdorp? Did you even think further? What makes my chips different to the other person? Why is KFC successful? Hoekom koop jy KFC? Hoekom het KFC successful geraak? Why? Because of a recipe, a spice recipe, not a chicken. It's a spice recipe. Now, there's somebody that we buy ribs and chips from, and I was always thinking, guy, this is your sweet spot. But if we don't order before 2, there isn't any more. So how do you monitor your demand? You need to be able to respond. As jy 'n ding het wat werk vir die market, jong, ry daai ding. If something is working for you, because markets have trends. So as dit reën, as dit pap reën, skep. Jy gooi die hele Bredasdorp toe met ribs and chips, because you don't know in the next 6 months dan bestaan het nie meer nie. But in the meantime, het jy klaar gepocket. So understand, what is my customer value proposition? What's my sweet spot? I always say, guys, accessibility. I was making a joke with this one guy in Clicks. Now, he was running a liquor business during, what you call this, COVID, yeah, that time. And I was telling him, you know, bottles and all. Bottles and all in Johannesburg, you go on your phone, you order on your phone, it gets delivered within 15 minutes. Here's WhatsApp Business. Shouldn't you get your clients on WhatsApp Business and go and deliver Die klong staan my aankyk. Maar dit is te veel werk, Mr. G. I said, but you need to change with the times. You need to be able to understand, how can I get more customers? As ek drank op is 10 en sy het 'n WhatsApp nommer. Sy gaan maar sy persoon WhatsApp. As ek reg. So that is how you respond to the market. And I'm not encouraging people to drink, but I'm thinking from a business perspective. If the market changes, my dynamics must change. So I'm going to give you insight in terms of what, and I heard the mayor spoke about an incubator. Now, I'm not somebody that loves incubators, where people need to stay in an incubator for 4 years. You can ask this, Kibitz, welcome Kibitz from CEDA. So you can ask him, I always have a concern. If this business is not performing in 18 months, what is the person doing there for 4 years? What more can you do? What more? You're just going to waste. Jy gaan net die klip kap om water uit te kry en dan gaan nooit water uit die klip uitkom. So I mean, any business, we need to understand, do you know what is your business idea? Do you know what is your service? Have you done market research? Why am I selling these things? Is there a need in the market for this particular things? Then we need to work with the person. Now, not all business owners are business people. Do we understand that? You can be a business owner, but jy het nie 'n cooking clue hoe om jou besigheid te run nie. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that. I always laughed at my dad when the bank wants to come visit, dan sal hy altyd sê, ek wil mos verkoop, wat soek hulle by my? Bel maar aan my sien, and that is the reality. There's other people that can talk about the whole issues of accounting and what. My dad's got nothing to do with Karen. I will speak mostly, my sister will speak mostly. Ek is OCD. I've got a medically certified OCD. And support. You to your business is, and you need to be conscious about it. You can tell yourself, I don't know how to run my income, but I can sell. And it's a blessing if you can do both. But I would love you to understand at least the basics of running your turnover, of running the financial. Then start opening a secondary, you've got overheads. Is it possible that you can run this business from the money will follow. I always say, guys, do the right thing. The money will follow. Yes. I don't need to go sit in the eyes of the boss anymore. I own my destiny. I own my destiny, and me, man, I don't know.
I think you need to turn down the volume.
My destiny. She was talking about the impact. She was talking about the higher order purpose of why she is in business. She's in business to support other women in business. She's in business to invest in others. And that's why the point is that if you understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, then it will drive you. And please, guys, don't let money be the focus. You cannot focus on, I want to become a multimillionaire. Being a multimillionaire means that you have to put in the hard work somewhere. Ons gaan nie net vanaand wakker skrik en ons almal 'n tender van 2 miljoen nie. That tender is expenses. You are not going to become a multimillionaire if you are not establishing yourself as a provider where I can go to when I'm in need. So your reputation is important. You need to deliver what it is that you are promising. I'm not going to spend 10 rand at you and you are selling me laptops, but they only sell 3 mana OT. Am I going to come back tomorrow? Yeah, no. What I will bring you tomorrow is a doctor's account because I had diarrhea. That is what I will bring you tomorrow. So be very cautious how we treat this line of servicing. You are opening yourself to risks because you're selling to somebody. And you need to understand that that thing also has comebacks. So have a conscience when you do businesses. So this is something that I want to end with, and this is where I'm going to ask you to be very crucially honest with yourself. Where do you find yourself today? Most of us are already here. Do you see the laser? The last point. I don't know how to work this thing, but okay. Do you see the last point? Market launch, appropriate exit. Do you see the last point? Most of us are already selling. Most of us are already sitting in a shop. So which means that we have to come back. And we need to realign our business. The very first step there is, what is the user need? What does this person need from me? If you don't understand what the individual needs, okay, this thing doesn't want to show there, then you might as well close because you respond to the need in the market. So when you come to me and I assess your business, what's your business case? Do you have a business plan? What is your 18 months marketing exit plan? Did you even think about these things? I was working this past 2 weeks on a website for one of our builders in Struisbaai. And for me, it was so, it was a really hard to see that this person was actually investing in professionalizing the business. This person was investing in becoming a member of CHBFC.
in the construction world because they want to be known, because they are competing with the people over the mountain. You are not competing with the people here. You are competing nationally. So you need to understand that your market is not here. So if there's something that I want you to understand today, that I told you, let's not ask for money. Let's ask for support. Because a mind once stretched by a new idea does not return back to its own state. As jou brein oopgemaak is deur 'n nuwe idee, kan dit nie terugkeer nie. Verstaan ons mekaar? So be open to learn. And this is the challenge to both you and the support in the house. Let's learn what is the need from both sides. Let's learn and understand. What is the need that I need to do in my daily job as a government official? What is it that I'm going to do in terms of creating a change? Can I, within 6 months, say that, listen here, you've given us 100,000 rand to invest in these containers, but see the value that we've created on the books. There's a return on investment. And I've seen small businesses plan, and I've looked at all of the figures that's required. That's why I hate policies, guys. Moenie met policies kom nie. Kom ons doen maar eerder die werk, né? Ons kan agterna skryf. So a policy is only good when you live out that policy. So today, it's small businesses. Don't ever ask for money. Ask, how can you help me? That's the learning today. If you come to me and you say, I want help, then you open me to actually, I must give this person help because they asked. And I always tell people that works with me, if you don't come to me and say, I want to learn, I will never kick you out. You know, one of my experiences in life is people that come to me and say, I want to work for free. How can you say no? How can you say no to that? So this platform, guys, has been created by the executive mayor, the deputy mayor, the LED team, the municipal manager, and apparently we're going to have it next year again. No. And Mayor said that next year wants to see the 10 most successful businesses in Britasdorp. Thank you.
We're going to sort the sound very shortly. Thank you, Kevin. All right, before we take a break, I just want to find out from the floor, are there any questions for Mr. Mageni? Any questions? Awesome.
Morning, Mr. Mageni.
Councillor.
Around and attended, I've seen, or I've been to some small businesses, and so what advice would you have for entrepreneurs, especially when you enter the business premises? The attitude, they don't smile, they don't greet you, they're looking at you like, what are you doing here? You know, what advice would you give to the small business owners here?
I think, Councillor, I've addressed that point. Who are you in business for? You're in business for the customer that walks into your premises. That's the only way that business can survive. And that's why I also address the construct of service delivery in this country. You are not doing me a favor. So I'm one of those people, Councillor, that if I walk into a place and I see that I'm already looked at, that suit J, he can say it, man. Because you vote with your feet.
All right, here's another question here.
Thank you very much. Just one question
for me, where are you available? Where P? Because I think a lot of us need that one-on-one with you to say, okay, sometimes many businesses or maybe many entrepreneurs has got ideas and it's just the implementation. How do you get from who is your user? You know who's your user, but how do you get to the next level? So that's why where are you available?
I can send you his phone number and contact details.
Karen, Poppy Act. No, we've already spoken, Oscar and myself, so you can just get to Oscar and yeah, we're already working on how are we going to look at small business. And I agree with you. The basic is, do I understand who I serve? And that will determine whether you will be in business or not. And this is where people get it wrong. And that is why small businesses fail, because you don't understand your market. You don't understand, am I responding to a needs? Ek kan nie in Bredasdorp Gucci skoene verkoop nie, is 'n marketie. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's the reality.
Any more questions?
Ek dink dit is net belangrik wat Mr. McGinnis gesê het en dit is een van die belangrikste dinge. As daar, if there's a small upcoming business man and you've got a vision, you've got a dream, 80% of those people entrepreneurs, he will come and ask for a grant. En dit is jou failure waar hy begin. As jy sê, wat is jou droom? En dit is belangrik wat Mr. McGinnis sê, wat ek gesê het, as daar nie passie is, daar nie besigheid nie. As jy gaan, bijvoorbeeld, as ek kyk daar op Eben, jy weet, iemand gekom en sê, ek wil graag 'n bakkery begin. Dan kom die ou na die mense huis, toe sê ek, okay, wat wil jy maak? Nee, maar ek het nou iets soos, wat was hy, dit is 75.000 rand nodig, met 'n oomkoop. Maar binne in sy huis is hy daar kan dowe. Daar's hout, daar's alles. So begin daar, leef jou passie uit. Maar die belangrikste is ook, wat Felicia gesê het, is dat, as ons die besighede wil begin, en wat die boodskap wat jy uitgedeel, moenie vra vir geld nie, maar ons wil hê die banke moet aan boord wees, almal wat kan raad gee, mentors opgee. En dit is wat die klein besige wil weet, waar kan hulle kom aanklop. Maar ek dink ons moet miskien voor Desember maand weer 'n groot ding reël, want daar is baie entrepreneurs, baie sakemense wat net 'n bietjie support nodig het en dit wat hulle doen.
Okay, any other questions before we let Mr. McGinnis go? Awesome, here we go.
Hello, I'm Thijs. Not a question. I just want to support what you've been saying. Out of 7 billion people that's worldwide employed and working, only 400 million, less than 6%, are entrepreneurs. They create the jobs for the other 6 billion people. So if we want to address poverty in Cape Agulhas, we need to build entrepreneurs. We need to enable business. Post-COVID, blood is flowing. Food prices are skyrocketing, and yet we're the 3rd biggest producer of food in agriculture. We need to leverage that assets and start building in Cape Agulhas, first of all for Cape Agulhas, and then for outside. So I can only support what you've been saying.
This is my pass. Okay, so closing comments, and I would like to support what they said. The reality is, ladies and gentlemen, that new jobs will not come from the private sector. That is the reality. And you need to understand that government has a procurement budget of close to R1 trillion.
Now I'm going to ask local government how many of that trillion rand goes to locally empowered businesses. And that's why I'm saying you need to be able to be prepared to fit into the supply chain of this business. Hoekom moet ek penne van China af in order? Met Susie, hoekom moet ek reams of paper van China af in order? Stationery, when I can have it here. And this is my work with Transnet, for instance. We've redesigned about 20 local suppliers for 500 billion rand input into the supply chain locally. It's about building the business to fit into the supply chain. But as a small business, you need to become formalized.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. McGaney. All right, before we take a 15-minute break, I just want to acknowledge quickly everybody that is streaming live from our Facebook channel and also our YouTube live channel. Thank you for being part of this summit that we are hosting at the moment. And thank you to the speakers that we've had so far. So I'm going to ask everybody to go please stretch your legs, grab yourself a cup of coffee. We're going to have a nice tea break, go get a breath of air. And can we please meet back at 10 past 11, 15 minutes. So I'll be very, 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 very cautious of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. I'd like to also acknowledge everybody that is at home streaming live from work, from your couch. I wish I was on my bed, but I'm happy to be here with you all. And also just to let everybody know here on the floor that Nedbank is sponsoring some free sanitizer right there at the back. So you can grab yourself a bottle of sanitizer. And also, if we can just also observe the COVID protocols in terms of, since we're sitting very close to each other, can we just keep our masks on? Thank you very much for that. My sounding better now, there we go. All right, without further ado, I would like to introduce to you Ms. Linda Dwabe. She is a consumer financial educator and strategic relationships manager from Nedbank, look after the entire Western Cape province. So if we can please give her a round of applause. Just grab this quick.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're all looking good from up here. Thank you, darling. You're all looking amazing from up here. I love the atmosphere. Let me do the right thing. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our leadership, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mr. Municipal Manager, and all the other leaders. I may not necessarily remember the names or the line, but all protocol observed. Linda standing before you from Nedbank Consumer Education is a girl from Cape Town. So when Bredasto calls, when Cape Agulhas Municipality calls, I drop everything. I drive. I find myself here. Yes. So when we talk about strategic relationships and collaborations, oh my goodness, Mr. G, your speech, darling, the previous speaker, Mr. Maji, said everything that I was going to say, you know? So I was like going, yes, because, oh my word, passion is what built us. We've come a long way to be where we are. So thank you to everyone who kicked the blankets to come here, because ain't nobody got time for sleep. Sure. Now, COVID happened. We were never ready. When it happened, we found ourselves having to wear masks, irritating masks, buying vitamin C, pumping ginger, and you know what? And all of those things got us all hectic and busy and worried. We lost our loved ones. Some people were sick and they survived. It's not all that bad after all. You made it. You are here. And I have utmost respect for entrepreneurs. You are not like us salary earners, like 7 to 6 p.m. type of people. So there is utmost respect for you. You make things happen, whether it is okay, whether it is not okay. But now, what we want to take care of is the person behind this. Everything that was said here is true. I'm standing here as a witness. That is why I was going like this. And I'm not going to duplicate things. That message was loud and clear. We never sleep. We wake up, we collaborate. We are not going to be complacent, blaming each other for anything, because that sense of entitlement is what messes things up, is what brings a mess in the good job that is being done. So it starts with me as a person, the individual. I'm passionate about what I do, empowering people and learning at the same time, because me being here, I'm learning from each one of you, darlings. Each one of you is adding value to my life. So never underestimate the power from within. When Mariah Carey says, there's a hero and the hero lies in you, that's no joke. You pick yourself up and you carry on. We're not going to be complacent. And yes, being optimistic does not mean living in a fairy tale. We are so real. We understand. We have children. We have parents to take care of. We have family members. The load on your shoulder has been added by having to care for people who even lost their jobs. But what Mr. Maji said is that you have a skill and talent. Yes, that skill and talent responds to a challenge where you are. So what problem are you solving? But now, let's take care of the very person, number one. No one will take care of you if you don't take care of yourself. So the tools to take care of yourself are what we owe you as this financial institution. It's all good and well when you go to the bank and you get the service but do you know that we do care for real? You don't know that because you feel the pain of the need that you have at that given time. So today I'm here to say to you, we are all in this together. Reality is things are not easy. Another petrol hike. I was still shocked with the previous one. When I went to swipe my car, okay. And then I'm driving and I'm hearing another one happen. Oh, wow. So times are tough. So the circle of control, what can I control as an individual? We said we're taking care of the person now, number one. Because if my personal person is not supported, I will not be able to be lucrative in terms of being a prudent business person. I'm not a robot. I'm human. I do feel discouraged. So the motivation that was given here was spot on. Let us grab all these nuggets and run with them. Asking for help is the main thing. Do not feel like, oh, wow, my situation is not good enough. They won't even listen if I go to the bank. You make the bank. The bank is at your service. Whichever bank you bank with is at your service. Banks need to respond to your ask. The rights that you have include a right of things explained to you in a language that you understand. On that very note, are we all comfortable with me speaking English? Thank you. We need to check if everybody is okay without patronizing people, because we're all smart people, we're intelligent. You said, I'm going to leave my business and go invest in myself so that when I come back fully equipped to deal with this season. It's a tough economic season. So what we see on that screen is supporting what our program director was saying, because yeah, it is not a safe environment. Now, when you look at me, without talking a lot, if I just came in and I said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, how old would you say I was? Let's take wild guesses. Wild guess means you're not in trouble, whether you overage me or underage me, it's a guess, right? Life stage. How old is she? 41, 41, 41, 41, going 31. 35, 35, 35, 35, that side? 35, 34. And they say, what? That's 45, 44. What then? 25, 25, 39, 39, 29. And the winner is... Yes. So, where is my brother? Okay, so when he comes back, I owe you something. Okay, darling? Remind me. I am 45 years old, born in 1977, 2nd of February. Yes. I am now born free. Yes. So, the reality that we find ourselves in now is that we don't age. Have you noticed? Back in the day, a 30-year-old person was a real auntie. But now, a 60-year-old looks almost 39. We don't age. We don't age. So when we talk about life stage, we look at things like your age, right? How old are you? What are your dependents? Like how many people look up to you for food, for anything, and. So you look at these things, you do not neglect the very first one. Your age matters to you. It may be nothing but a number, but at the end of the day, I'm so proud to be 45. I mean, really. I carry my age with pride. I want you to do the same. Don't say, I wish I was born late. I don't like that line because it doesn't count. You are worthy of everything that you are. Embrace it. Love it. The wisdom, the experience, the skills. You get up, you dust off, and you go. Because of experience. What didn't kill you just made you stronger. So your life stage matters. Do not neglect the person behind the business. So you check the number of your dependents as well. Because some people say since COVID, I've had to cater for my siblings' house as well, household, because they lost their income. You need to acknowledge how many dependents you have. I love the laugh because it's acknowledgement that, oh, okay, we there, we get you, go. And then we look at our goals. Our goals. I'm not a walking textbook, so you'll notice I'm not very much there. I'm here. I connect with the people because this is yours. We may be sitting in a group forum, but make it about you, darling. For once in your life, just think about you. Take care of number one. And this applies to everyone, no levels here. Even no matter what age you are here. Number one. What are your goals? Your goals need to be smart. When I say my goals are smart, I'm talking about specific. I must name it by name. What is that thing that I want to achieve? And I need to measure it. It needs to be achievable, realistic, and I must time it. I've named it, I've measured it, I've checked the reality of it, whether it's viable or am I just, in dreamland here. So that's how my goals need to link, be it my personal goals or my business goals. Another point I agreed with was being aware of my financial season, being aware of the economic state of affairs. Times are tough. When I understand that my goals are smart, I'll be able to review, assess, chop, and change. You are the CEO of that business. The buck stops with you. So during tea break, if people did that elevator pitch to each and every one, like you would know now, who does what, who is in what business. So in every situation where we gather as entrepreneurs or people who want to start a business, it's always a good idea. I was so proud of you, sweetheart, when you jumped and said, I'm in the beauty business. I make people look good and you look good yourself. So as business people, we also need to be chacharach for good reasons. I cannot afford to be shy. I'm doing my business now because my business is empowering people and imparting all of this good stuff. So once you receive it and you run with it, because you're the best, you're an expert in your field. No one can undermine you. But because of all the life knocks, we find ourselves kind of, withdrawn because we've been through a lot lately. So well done again for being here. Your goals now, assess them. Are they still, doable? Am I still within, right? I also need to gauge my challenges. What challenges am I facing now? Personally, the things that I know are stumbling blocks. What are these blockages that I have? I personalize it first. Is it the skill that I lack? Am I able to acquire that skill? Because technology is free. I can check everything, how to, and not be stuck in the olden days of, no, I'm an old-fashioned person. This is how I do it and I will stick to it. No. There's opportunity lost in that. So I need to get with the program. I need to find and acquire the skill that's required. And the beauty of it now, there's also an opportunity where entrepreneurs are given an opportunity to get youngsters in and get a stipend. We need to be chacharach and find out, I don't have money, I can't afford to pay salaries, but how can I get in there where the stipend will be paid to the people that I have who are sharp, young people, who know these things, social media marketing and all of that. So the challenges are real. I need to acknowledge them. I need to name them. I need to find support on them. Another one. I need to check where my income comes from. I need to check the source. Where is it coming from? How often is it coming? I have my top clients. Can I check with a show of hands if we have anyone who says, I'm not an entrepreneur yet, I have an idea, I'm getting there? Or are we all established entrepreneurs? This is a very good question now, so that the pitch is on the right level. Are we all entrepreneurs? Yes? Are we all business people? Okay. So if we're all business people, then we flow. If there's someone by any chance who says, I'm still, learning, or the business that I'm in is not doing it for me, so I'm trying that, we shake the dust off and we move, right? So I need to respect I need to know my income. I must be aware. The source, where it comes from, frequency, side hustle. When we say side hustle, we're talking about something else over and above. It's side hustle like a chick. Telling me. You know what I mean? Like side. The main is main. Minister of, saying. Yes. So if I look in my situation now and I see that everything that I have will need it. For example. So those When my debtors pay me, those kind of things, don't feel shy. Do not shy away as a business person. We owe you that much to listen, to support, to guide, and then you're able also to take out your frustrations on saying, oh my gosh, I've been trying this and this and this, but you have not exhausted the support. Banking smartly. How do you bank smartly as a business person? That's very important now. So I did say you separate your personal from business. You need to make sure that the account that you choose does not have fees of things that you don't use. It's important that the bank account that you choose for your business is suitable for you, your situation. Don't go for platinum if you are not there yet. I cannot have something on a tweeze, what's that cheap cool drink? I can't have a champagne lifestyle on a tweezer budget or jive budget. I need to be realistic. I need to understand that times will get better. I need to have access from my bank account if I need cash. Guys, read your bank statement. If you have a bank account and you swipe for KFC, that's all we see when you come to apply for credit. It's not going to count in your favor. You also need to have savings. You also need to make sure that the savings that you have are in pockets where you are able to access when there's a need. And the bank fees must be understandable to you. Us talking to you in big bank terms is not going to help change the situation that you are in. So it's important that you understand everything that you're dealing with. Now, here's the quick wins to consider. You're a business person. You don't have time to be going to the bank, queuing, and all those kind of things. Use digital. If you're not sure of this digital, we owe it to you to take you through it until you get it, so that you'll save time, money of petrol, and. So the electronic payments, when we say EFTs, now they don't take 3 days. I've noticed things have changed. They click without even having to clear everything nowadays. So it's working for our good. We need to be aware. And when you have a merchant device, no one will leave your business saying, oh my gosh, I would buy, but I don't have cash. That is what we call getting with the program. And when we plan how these things go, we'll be covered. We'll take all the money. So I need to swipe, because when they say you have unlimited swipes on your card, that's what it means. Then I can ask for cash back from the person that I'm paying, the cashier. Then at least that transactional fee of withdrawing while I'm paying for my stock that I'm buying is taken care of. I need to avoid swish fees. That means drawing money from another bank's ATM because my bank is not there. To avoid that, I'd rather go into a retail store and draw from them. These are where we need to make sure that we are careful with saving our money. A rich man said, I'm rich because I get credit to buy assets, and those assets give me money. A poor person get credit to buy expensive purses and clothes to brag. We buy things with the money we don't have, things we don't need. This money we don't have. To impress people we don't like, because they're putting us under pressure. So my thing is, don't worry about what people say. Because if you worry about what people say, you will find yourself staring at the ceiling at night while other people are sleeping, because you are stressing. How am I going to pay for all these things? Yes, I looked good. I got the best dressed award, but it's all credit. Nowadays, in this life stage that I'm in, we need to obsess about wealth creation. Don't let 5 cents escape without you knowing where it has gone. We already spoke about you keeping your personal business from your business money. So here's the way it goes. How I manage my cash flow is I make sure that I make deposits. We need to see those deposits in that account. I know there are times when business will be dry. I need to change the ways of making sure I put something. No matter how small it is, there must be something. Do not allow your bank account to go dormant because you didn't get that tender. Do something. You have a skill. Do not neglect. In that life stage, respect your skill and talent. Use it. Make it work for you. So when you look there, you see that the living expenses are the same. We want to eat. We have to pay school fees. We have to get transport. Personal insurance is very important as well. Understand what you suffer from. Do not neglect that pain. With my 45-year-old bones, I have pains that I get. And I know what I need to do when I get my pains. Take care of yourself so that life can be a pleasant journey for you. So this is how you manage your cash flow as I close, because time is not our friend, but we work with time because we cannot change time, right? So I already mentioned that you need to make sure that you receive your money before you pay back the money. Very important. Of course, with that additional amount I said, right? Cash price is not the same as money that you have to get for someone who's buying on credit. Tell them, I love you, but it's nothing personal. If we want to keep the business going, we need to understand this is what we have to do. Now, make a good relationship with your bank. You call, we answer. Do not be alone in the dark. Ask, what benefits can I get? And this we said already. We will negotiate to extend with our creditors to get money before we pay. And make interest in the money that you have. The credit card that you have, be it a business credit card, it does give you interest on the money that's your own. And the 55 days interest-free that it gives you is allowing you space to buy things on credit with no interest. Because if you pay back the money within that space, it means you're not going to pay interest. Use digital to the core, but be careful. There are people who are stealing money from people because people neglect their bank statements. Make time. Go through your bank statement. How do you grow your revenue? You need to, it's not personal. There's bad customers. We know them. There's good customers. We know them. Remember the client-centric behavior that was mentioned earlier? Know who you're serving. Know who you're solving for. Respect them. They will respect you back. Quality matters. We are in this beautiful place which understood the assignment. Well done, Antoinette, because we are here and we're enjoying. It's not like we were sold something that did not exist. Very important. Respect your brand to the core. Then the good customers will keep on bringing you business through word of mouth. Advertise, advertise, advertise. We also look at the gross margin. The tip there is reduce overall supply chain and manufacturing costs. So anything you get, you need to negotiate discounts. Don't be shy. Cash is king. There are people who are well known for, negotiating discounts. They don't play around. They know that everything matters. I cannot be paying full price when I'm paying the full price. I need to negotiate. So my administrative fees, I need to also reduce. If you lack on administration, following people that owe you money properly, you're going to lose money and you won't even know where you lost it. Do your things, audit your work, audit yourself, focusing on needs rather than wants and respecting the source of your income, treating it like gold that it is, and not allowing anything. Make sure you have backup in tough times for yourself. Because I said we know robots, we people, but don't sleep on the job when it comes to administration. People must pay back your money. You did the service, now they need to pay you. But don't be shy to have specials if your stuff is about to expire. Get it out of the floors so that money, at least money will come. And do notice where it is that they're selling you junk. Because even when you go to the fruit and veg market, you notice now that quality has come down and prices have gone up. Treat that as your brand. What you give to people is what will make you sustainable in terms of all of that. Now, because of time, I will not go further and further, but remember, you are the CEO of that business. In tough times, understand, be in the know, know what your financial season is and know where to go for help. All the stakeholders looking beautiful at the back are here to assist. We are at your service. So I'd like to say thank you on that very note.
Thank you so much, Ms. Twabe. Before we let Ms. Twabe go, I'm going to give 2 minutes to questions. Is there any questions for Ms. Twabe on the floor? Don't be shy. This is where the money is, guys. Be aware of that. No questions. So Ms. Twabe understood the assignment. All right, thank you so much, Ms. Twabe. Yes. Oh, there is a question. Thank you.
Well, I just want to know from you. You raised something that I are not very clued up to, and that is to go into debtors with buying stock on debtors level and reaching a point where you can't repay back. So, is it a great advice for us as small entrepreneurs to follow the trend? Or should we go as you walk, you tap into your increasement of your own values? Just a question.
Thank you so much for that question. I'm going to try and see if I got your question there clearly. Is the question to say to small businesses, give your stuff on credit in case people don't pay you back? I'm trying to understand the question. Is that the question? To the suppliers? Yes. Okay. So it's twofold. All right. So we spoke about good and bad customers. So we first need to assess, with the National Credit Act, it applies to you as well, whether you're a sole prop or what it stands for is you need to assess affordability for someone before you give them anything on credit. Otherwise, you're shooting yourself on the big toe. So you apply the same principle when it comes to your business giving things on credit. Don't mess around. They need to pay deposit. That thing of giving things so free is also dangerous. And the deposit must cater for the cost of acquiring the product. You know what I mean? So that what's left is just markup. Make sense? At least you'll still be able to take care of that cost of acquiring stock. So cover your back. CYA, very important. Are you answered on that side? Okay. Then number 2, When you ask for stock on credit and then you are unable to pay it back, they need to apply the same principle. You need to make sure that what it is that you are asking for is something that you already have a plan in terms of how am I going to get it in the market quick and fast so that I may pay back the money. I love that question because it means we are engaging already with thinking, how are we going to put these learnings into practice, which is the ultimate goal. So did that answer your question? Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have one more question then. Right?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I just have one question. Mr. Abe, some clients from which are based here in Glasgow, whenever they go to Nedbank for the sponsorship scheme cards, which is funded by SIFA, they don't get anywhere. I'm not sure if you have covered that in your presentation or not. The SIFA sponsorship cards.
Thank you so much for that. So unfortunately, that part is not on this presentation. But if there are people who are suffering that particular issue, it will definitely be looked into. We are at that table. Please come visit us so that we may take your particulars and find out from back at the ranch and get answers immediately. So we'll be taking that offline from that table. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you so much. I think what's important also is we know that we are streaming live. And if there's any other people that are having the similar problem, they can't come to the table here now. So what is it that they must do? I appreciate that. Thank you. So for people who are streaming online, put it on your comments. We'll go through the comments. We are here and we will certainly respond because at least we will see you on your comments who you are. Then we will respond to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Ms. Drabe. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
All right, so I think the hashtags that I've taken from Ms. Drabe's presentation is hashtag cash is king, hashtag build wealth, and hashtag respect your customers. So those are the top three things that I've taken away from that, and I hope that we use it on our live streaming also. So moving straight ahead, because each time is not our friend at all. So our next speaker is from the Department of Transport and Public Works. Oh, is it Cedar? Okay. All right, you guys are chop and changing my thing. Okay. So our next speaker will be from Small Enterprise Development Agency, and that is Mr. Kivet Mhlongo. A round of applause, please. Yeah, we need that also for this. We take that.
I don't know how to use this thing.
Yeah, that's good. Presentations that are being shared the register that went around where you filled in for your email address. We will be emailing each and every presentation for you so you can go through it. May there be something that you've missed and could not note it down. Good.
I'm just going to speak for 5 minutes. Which I supposed to finish at 12, right? Okay.
You can help with that, yeah?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Shall I say, for the sake of time, all protocols observed. My name is Kivit Mhlongo. I am the branch manager for Cape Winelands, Overberg, and the West Coast District. And we are today intervention that will sustain your business. Because some people come in, at an idea stage, to say, this is what I want to do. So I need someone to assist me with some advice. And some people come in and say, I am running a business, but I'm looking for particular skills, be it financial skills, mentorship, or anything that you may require. And some people walk in and says, I've already done that. I'm running my business. But, whatever product that I'm making, I intend to list it at Pick and Pay, Woolworths, ShopRite, Spar. So how do I go about it? Then SIDA comes in to assist you. And someone comes in and says, I'm selling my product locally. People have access to it in South Africa. And there's an exhibition that I want to go and attend, because it's going to attract international markets. I want to put up my product out there. How do I go about it? Then you come to SIDA, then SIDA will assist you with that. And some people come in and say, I want to start a collaboration. I'm making a skin product. I go and pick up my olives, cold press them, into this drum, but the olives require a particular ingredient for it to have a certain lifespan. So I need to get someone that will give me the orange peels. And I cannot farm or start planting oranges in my farm, but someone else has a farm already that is harvesting oranges. Because remember, not all the oranges that get harvested, they're going to be put in boxes and be sent to Pick and Pay or exported. Others will be peeled, because the orange peeled is then going to be used in those products that you can use it for your skin, right? And then inside the orange peel, there's this white stuff as well, before the orange peel, before you get to the actual orange seed inside. That stuff as well, it gets processed, compressed, and used to be put in the fizzy drinks, Coca-Cola, not that to drink, so that it protects your stomach lineage. So to understand the business-to-business assistance that comes in. So now this is what that SEDA does. I'm not going to scroll down the presentation, it's here, so don't mind the screen there. So now that's what I have to do. But the responsibility of that then lies on you as the entrepreneur or the business owner. There is so much that SEDA can do, to give you a kickstart. But to make sure that you want to go where you want to go, the responsibility still lies with you, but we are there to give you the support. But SEDA cannot do that alone. SEDA does that with different private sector companies, government departments, LED offices. We have a relationship with the LED office here in this municipality. And one of the things that we are trying to do to make sure that we build what we call localization. To say, if I have training taking place here and I need to source a caterer, I must get the caterer from here. Than importing a caterer from Cape Town. Because a caterer from Cape Town, they will tell me, because we have a stipulated amount that we pay per person, they'll tell me, Kivit, I'm not prepared to go to Cape Akalas to go and cater because you're paying this X amount of money. I'm not going to make money. So if I'm not interested in quoting. So who is better to quote? It must be someone coming locally. Now, then you want access to two markets and you are sitting here. So there are things that we're planning to do with the municipality, because we're busy with an MOU, a collaboration. But the MOU does not mean that without it, nothing can happen, because people still need to run their businesses, people still need business support, from SEDA, because what happens is that I have business advisors that are sitting in Hermanus, which is the office that services this entire area, right? Now, there are two there in that office. So they then spread themselves around to be everywhere. So with the relationship that we then have with the municipality, then the BA is able to come to that municipality when there are needs of the business owner in the area. So how that works is you come into the LED, office at the municipality to say, I am Kivit Mhlongo, I'm looking to do X and Y and Z. And then the LED officer then will say, okay, now Viane, I've got 6 people that require this. Can you drive through to our office to come and assist those people that need? So that's Viane there. My business advisor, who is very passionate about SME development. Now, 2 years ago, there was something that was introduced, called TRAP. Probably many of you are aware of it. Township and Rural Enterprise Program. So the Township and Rural Enterprise Program, it was just packaged as a program. It is something that has always been there. Many people have been raised by mothers who've been making fat cook and baking scones. Many people have been raised by fathers who owned shisanyamas, selling it to the public, and cooking food, selling to the public to eat, to feed your children. But then that program was then now packaged as a program, meaning there are certain requirements that then one would need, to be part of that program. It specifically says Township and Rural Enterprise Program. So you must be in the township and you must be in a rural area. Be it you are in a black township or you are in a colored township, you are in a township, So now then SEDA will then assist you because there's a wide range of programs that fall within that TRAP program. You see, so that you can benefit. We've got containers there that people have benefited from that TRAP program. And I think as Kevin had alluded earlier on, to say the only problem that we have as people running our businesses, we often don't find or see value for money. And value for money comes from a customer. And without a customer, you'll never succeed in your business. I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? If I come to you, because, you know, when you travel to other countries, they have supermarkets, they've got small businesses that will be at a market 24 hours a day. Obviously, we'll alternate, one needs to sleep, you know. But if I knock off at 10 o'clock at work and I need vegetables, I must go to the market. I'll find someone at the market at 10 p.m. Or I will walk into a supermarket at 11 p.m. and buy food. Groceries, that is, you know. Here in South Africa, you walk in at a shop, it's 5 to 6 because they close at 6. They tell you, actually 10 to 6, they close the doors. The security is waiting at the door, you can't come in. We are closed already, right? It's money that is gone. There's a guy in Cape Town who is running a business, and this gentleman is saying, you know, I won't mention the name of the business. He's saying, I make more money at night than during the day in my business. That's why I chose to open 24 hours. You see, and we don't have that as small business owners, yet we want to make money. You know, someone comes to you and you're busy packing, and they come to you with the order of 8,000 rand, for instance, and says, no, I'm closed. You know, because what, I'm going home. You know, and that's a challenge that we are having with our small business owners. You know, and if we don't then take that seriously as the township, rural, and enterprise businesses, how are we then going to drive the economy in our areas? Because once you start doing that, you know, we're able to model something that we'll call, you know, a supply chain of business to business support within the area. You know, because certain, no, I don't want to say certain cultures, certain group of individuals, if you come to them and you say, I am looking for a lawyer, they will direct you to their group, right? You come to me as Kid and say, I'm looking for a lawyer, I will direct you to another group. You know why? Because if I send you to Kevin, Kevin will be rich, and I don't want to see him rich. Because you come from the same township, how dare he? You care what I'm trying to say. You know, that pull down man syndrome, you know, to say we don't want to succeed. Yet, how do you then not support the person that sits right next to you selling tomatoes, but you're prepared to walk to get to Checkers, you know, to buy tomatoes from there? You know, because how dare I give money to a person who's my neighbor? Because in a year's time, they'll be having lots of money than myself. Did you get what I'm trying to say? You know, so for us to succeed, then that's what we need to learn as people. Because this is what the Township Rural Enterprise Program is all about. Those things have been there for time immemorial. You know, they've raised children, you know, that today, you know, are achievers in society. So you can't take that cent for granted. Because what we do is you look down and say, you know what, I only want to take my business seriously when I'm making, you know, 20,000 rand, you know, a day. The person who's making R1 million a day today started from making 10 cents a day, but they persevered. And also that if there is support, you know, to make sure that they build you up, you know, you need to take that opportunity to make sure that, you listen and somebody will build you up. And when you have a challenge, don't sit in your corner and say, I don't know how to solve that problem. Go and speak to somebody. Because of course, this thing of saying, I'm sitting in my corner, what I know, and you think what you know is the most important thing that you know. Whereas the next person knows more than you know. You get what I'm trying to say? So when you sit and share ideas, you know, then things becomes much better and easier. You know, and that's what I am trying to say, that we need to learn to support each other. You know, because we live in our townships. You know, that's where you live, that's where you sleep, that's where you wake up in the morning, you know, and that's where you want to see it clean. You know what I mean? That's why you want to know that I can wake up in the morning, or I can drive, or I can walk at 8 o'clock at night to go and buy soap from the little container there at the corner. You know, than for me to say, I'll wait tomorrow morning to walk to Checkers because they open at 9, we start working at 8 o'clock. The time that you spend working to Checkers, you would have done something in your house. To get what I'm trying to say. So you know, the support, it is there. You know, Kevin did mention that many of us, when we wake up in the morning, the first thing that we think about when we want to start business is that I want money. Money is the last thing. It's there at the end. Because we can give you the money, but if you don't have customer services, where do you think the money is going to go? Are you going to be able to repay it? No, never. You know, because when I come to your store at 10 to 6, you're closing at 6, you just close the door in my face to say I'm closed. You get what I'm trying to say? And then you see other countries doing better, and then you ask yourself, how are they doing it better? It's because they've forgotten about this thing that the business must close at 6 p.m. When somebody comes in at 5 to 6, I'm closed to say, come back tomorrow. You know? Who would have thought that Rwanda will overtake us? Because we thought South Africa is a powerhouse. You know, they're doing business differently. You know, they are client-focused, client-centric. Because I don't care what you busy do, I don't care where you sit. The person that you must satisfy each and every single day is a customer, that's an individual that brings cash into your business. And without it, there is no business. You see, and without the business, see, that doesn't exist, because who are we going to support? You see, so that is the issue that I am trying to raise here, that the support is there. We work with the municipality and use that opportunity. You know, use that opportunity. So for many businesses that we are supporting, you know, in Sydney, I tell my staff too, you know, if I buy a product and my staff or my client is making something, I buy from my client and I do not ask for a discount. Because we have a tendency of doing this thing. When a lady in your area is a tailor, they tell you, you know, that to make you this jacket, you know, it's going to cost you 1,300 rand. Then you're saying, you know, I need a discount, you are too expensive. But when you go to town, you are prepared to pay 1,800 and you don't ask for a discount. And we must stop that, you know, because the person that is sewing that jacket, they've got overheads. They must pay electricity and whatever else that, you know, they need to cover their overhead. So we need to respect people that are running businesses. You know, so I think that's a sign, you know, to say I talk too much. So we need to respect that and make sure that we take on the ministerial thing, you know, and whoever that is saying, I'm charging you 10 rand, but I can go to my door, give me 10 rand. Pay and walk away. You know, because this person wants to make money. You know what I mean? Because I always tell people, don't be shy to say you are there to make money. Because the Bible never said it's wrong. Oh, sorry. The Bible never said it's wrong. You know, so don't be shy to say, I'm into this business because I want to make money, because that's your goal. But it mustn't be your focus. Focus on making sure that you service me. You know, focus on making sure that when I come to you to get the product, I'm getting the right product. When I'm coming to you to say, make me this jacket, you're going to give me this jacket. You know, and don't take me for granted to say, because I'm black and you know, he's black and I'm black, so therefore we understand. No, he'll understand. You know what I mean? And time. If you say, I'm going to deliver on Tuesday at 10 o'clock, if you can't deliver on Tuesday at 10 o'clock, don't phone me at 11 o'clock on Tuesday that I'm sure I can't deliver. Oh, now I must hunt you. Because you promised, you know your schedule, you know what you must deliver. So tell me ahead of time, because remember, I came to you that I want my jacket on Tuesday because I've got a wedding on Wednesday. So imagine if you tell me at 11 o'clock that you can't deliver, then what must I wear to the wedding? And I'm relying on you that you're making my jacket. So if I've asked you to come and cater in my business, because I've invited people to come and eat at 1 o'clock, Don't tell me to say, you know what, I didn't get the onion to fry the tomatoes, so I can't deliver. So what must I do now? To carry on to say, so we need to build the multinationals because they all started from somewhere. But the basic things that we need to take care of. So with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kiewit. Before I let Mr. Kiewit go, are there any questions for Mr. Kiewit Mhlongo? Anything regarding to CEDA that you'd want to know? Going once? Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kiewit. I think just a comment is I think we welcome the fact that there's MOUs that are going to be signed so that the offices of CEDA can be closer to the Cape Agulhas region. My one question is that there is another office in Swellendam. For the people of Cape Agulhas, must they use the office of Swellendam or must they make use of the Hermanas? So which one is which? And also the support from with regards to CEDA support, what is the turnaround time frame in terms of getting answers to say, okay, you've completed an application of whatever, so this is what we are going to take you through so that you can, whether you apply for funding or whatever, what is the turnaround time frame with regard
to? I have an office in Swellendam and I have an office in Hermanas. So mostly because in each of the two offices, I've got 2 PAs each. So what happens because of the overlap, you know, my PAs in Swellendam, they'll tell me, we're going, to the Cape Agulhas Municipal to do X and Y and Z, and I say, go. Vianney will tell me, I'm going to Pedastrop to go and do this. I said, Vianney, go, because we need to service people, That is the reason that those offices were put there, And then second, when it comes to the turnaround time, I often say once one has walked into AC, the office, the communication becomes a two-way process. Right now, you've gone and seen Aviation, or you've gone and seen Ashley or Andile or Jan. These are my 4 PAs that are sitting both in Swellendam and in Hermanas. And then you've submitted your client application form because the PA needs to see you to now do an assessment, And then the week goes by and you have not heard anything from this particular business advisor. You're not welcome to write to the PA, without making an excuse for them. When Trump came, things became easier because now you've identified what the needs of our people are in the communities. So when you say that someone, unless someone says, I'm going to intentionally ignore you, then you write to me. But in as much as, the work that needs to be done, you shouldn't wait, for a week, to be assessed by a PA. Because I tell my staff, when a client has walked in, because some people make appointments, when a client has walked in, is at the door, they can't go back, they must be assisted, either with information or when they should come back if there is a booking for an appointment to be able to assist that client. Thank you.
Any more questions before we let Mr. Mhlongo go? Going once? Twice? Cape Agulhas Municipality will take him. Thank you so much. All right. So I think the hashtags that we picked up from Mr. Mhlongo's presentation was hashtag punctuality when it comes to business. Always be on time to deliver, always be on time to make sure that your customer is happy. And another one is hashtag support. So let us support each other's businesses so that we can grow within the business environment. All right. So my schedule is being moved like this and like that. So what we're going to have now, we're going to have from Cape Agulhas Municipality, the Town Planning Department. They will come and share some insights for us. Can we please give a warm welcome to Sunal now? Thank you. Can PowerPoint here? Johnny? Can PowerPoint here? You can take that.
Net die rooie as jy PowerPoint wil.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Sunal now, Senior Town Planner of Cape Agulhas Municipality. And I would also like to introduce my colleagues, Abraham Tron and Donald October. We're going to do the presentation as a team, and I would like to start with the highlighting, briefing on some of the most important town planning legislation. The first one is the Cape Agulhas Zoning Scheme Bylaw. Can you hear me? Sorry. I would like to highlight some of the most important planning legislation. The first one is the Cape Agulhas Zoning Scheme Bylaw 2014. The main focus of the zoning scheme is to regulate land uses and development parameters within our Cape Agulhas municipality. It should also give effect to the municipal spatial development framework, and it should also provide orderly development and economic development and welfare for the community. It means it affects each and every property owner because it determines and regulates land uses and also stipulates development parameters like building lines, height, coverage, etc. In the whole area of jurisdiction of the municipality. The zoning scheme consists of the bylaw, the zoning map and the register, and our municipality updates the register on a regular basis. That means each and every application that we receive, if it's a rezoning or a departure or a consent use, we update it on the register. And then the planning bylaw, the Cape Agulhas planning bylaw should be aligned with our zoning scheme. And the planning bylaws focuses on the procedures and guidelines, how to implement, how to address or how to change your land use rights, how to address illegal land uses, and how to amend or review our spatial development framework. Also, how to establish decision-making structures like our planning tribunal. We have amended our scheme and planning, sorry, I did something wrong here. We have amended our planning scheme and our bylaw and to be in line with our provincial model. Our council approved the draft bylaw and scheme by the end of March this year. And we started public participation on the 14th of April. And we have decided to extend the period for public participation for comments and objections until the 8th of June. We're currently busy workshopping our ward committees, and that will end next week. Our spatial development framework seeks to guide overall spatial distribution of current and desirable land uses within the municipality. And it also gives effect to our vision, goals, and objectives of our IDP. It guides and informs future development, and therefore it should directly be linked to our zoning scheme and our planning bylaw. We intend to redraft our spatial development framework in our coming financial year, and we are going to do it together with our integrated development plan. It's a 5-year period plan, and this proposal was approved by council in yesterday's council meeting. So we will start with the redrafting by the end of June this year. I'm going to hand over to Donald October now to explain the processes to be followed when dealing with illegal land users and also when receiving appeals on decisions making by the municipality. Thank you.
Please just speak louder on the mic because just speak louder on the mic so that the streaming can catch you also. Okay.
Afternoon, I'm Donald October, one of the town planners at Cape Agulhas Municipality. One of the frequent questions being asked to the town planning department is, it says in Afrikaans, en te onwettige gebruik uitoefen op die perseel, wat is die proses wat die municipaliteit volg om het recht te stel? So basically, there's an illegal use on a property in our Cape Agulhas area. What does the municipality do when they identify the situation? So we are town planning, we get a call. Member of the community, and since we have to go to a certain address, there's an illegal activity going on. Me and my other town planning colleagues, we go and inspect this property, and let's just for argument's sake, it says it's zoned for a single residential, which means it's a dwelling where people live, they reside in, but there's a part of the house is being used for office space to do business in. We inspect the property, give the owner of the property and formal illegal use a notice, whereby we give the owner a window period of 30 days to come to the town planning department, rectify the situation so that that property with that office space, as I just mentioned, can conform within our bylaws and our zoning scheme, as Ms. Sinel just informed you guys. Within that 30 days, he gets a chance to come apply. If he does not adhere to that 30 days, we send a second notice whereby we give the owner of the property 21 days to come in, apply, and get the appropriate approvals so that he can do business in a legal way. 21 days have passed, still no word. We give him a third and final notice, whereby we request the owner with a formal notice of a legal notice to just come and say, right, stop immediately. Whereby we go over to our law enforcement. We start giving out those fines, and then it becomes a legal procedure. So that's one of the questions that's frequently asked by the public to the town planning department. Fourth one, sorry, my eyes. That's right. As 'n persoon appelleer teen 'n munisipale besluit ten opsigte van 'n grondgebruik aansoek, wat is die proses wat die munisipaliteit volg? Plain and simple, when the municipality or the town planning side of the municipality takes a decision, and what is the process that one can follow for the public to appeal against that decision? So I don't know if you've noticed in the savings or on Facebook or on Cape Municipality's website, there's sometimes notices of maybe subdivisions, consolidations, rezoning from one zone to business, vice versa. That gets advertised in media. The surrounding owners for the property also get notified formally via a letter with a copy of that application. So that also takes about 30 days for public participation. Within that 30 days, if we don't get any comments or objections, the application runs smoothly, as we say. The applicant gets informed of a decision, whether we approve or it gets turned down. But within a 30-day period, when people start objecting, and the 30 days has passed, we assess the application, and we send all of those comments, objections to the applicant, whereby he has to respond formally to those comments and or objections, and that also allows for a period of 30 days. Once all the comments from the objectors and the applicant has been handed into the municipality, we assess it, we put it all together in a formal report, whereby in terms of our Cape planning bylaw of 2015, we then hand over that report to our, we call it the authorized official, which in this case is our Eben, Mr. Phillips, whereby he looks at the report, studies it, weighs all the pros and cons, and makes his decision. So whether it gets approved by our municipal manager or not, the applicant plus the objectors gets informed of that decision. Still, that decision goes out, another 30 days, or I think 21 days, 21 days, there's a period of the applicant can appeal against that decision. If a application has been passed by our the objectors also, they get informed about that decision, and they also reserve the right to then appeal against that decision. 1 minute. All right. That's all in a nutshell. Thank you. Any questions? All right.
Entrepreneur, what's allowed from an office, business, or a kitchen or whatever? What is allowed for the bylaws for our own business?
Excuse me?
What must you apply? When must you apply for?
It depends on the use that you applied for, and it depends also what the property is zoned for. Then we look at your primary rights. We look at what is allowed with a consent use by the municipality. And also we look at the property's title deed, whether what's permissible or not. But I see we're pressed for time, but if we can speak afterwards, then I'll gladly answer your question.
Next question. We are entrepreneurs. Mr. Gavin said something about you are a small business, but you cannot afford to pay rent, blah, 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 blah. Now, the question is, I'm staying in an RDP house and I don't have money to go and rent out a space. What is prohibiting the municipality to change or what is permissible on my plot on an RDP? What is it that I can put on?
Or are there possibilities that my plot can be rezoned or for multi uses, and what implications is in that? If I want now, because I can't afford to go and rent, now can I, and what are the implications if I were to put some other business within my plot that is rezoned as a single dwelling and so on? And then another thing, if you look at your Danune, your Soweto, and all of those townships that are having so many dwellings on one plot, and the reason of that is people cannot afford to go and rent out a space somewhere, but now whatever they have at their disposal, they are using that to get an income. So how can the municipality meet an entrepreneur halfway?
Thank you.
It depends also, Madam, if you go from town to town. So different towns have different bylaws, different zoning schemes. So let's say, for instance, as you mentioned now, our zoning scheme caters for a primary use. Let's say it's a residential. One of the primary uses is you may have a second dwelling on your property without neighbors' consent, without a formal application, etc., etc. But as I said, different zones caters for primary uses and also what is allowed with the municipality's permission. Yeah, so afterwards, gladly I'll answer everything.
Here's another question.
Good afternoon. Mine is not just maybe a question. I just want to add to what Zugisaba just said with regard with the land availability. It's a challenge for entrepreneurs. I'm talking about those who need even to develop, because if there's no land in the zone for the businesses, that is monopoly, because they do have money, and also appeal against those small businesses in order to acquire those businesses, maybe those areas. So it's a problem that we're having. And even our own small business cannot go. I'm referring to the panel beaters, to the electricians, to the mechanics who are doing even their work on their premises. It's quite a problem. When they acquire or maybe hire even those buildings around town, none of those people are sitting there, have got maybe the building around town. Certain people have got those business because they've got that monopoly and money that they have. So if those people that are hiring those buildings, that means they should pay almost 25,000 rand a month. So how can we be trying to create a job opportunity for those? I think the municipality, we as a council, we need even to look at that.
I think the MM just wants to add on what's been said here. Let me just rush.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wendy, and thanks for the presentation from the Town Planning Department. I think what comes out clearly from the entrepreneur side, the entrepreneurs wants to know what can they do if they want to start up a business and they are currently in a residential property, which haven't gone through the zoning process. They cannot afford to rent a place in town, for instance, but they want to start up their business. Staan ek te naby iets. So I think what is important so now, and Oscar for specifically that we look, because I said it earlier, sometimes we use this platform and then we indicate to entrepreneurs, listen here, we're ready for business. We also want you to access those business opportunities easier, but then our policies and our bylaws prohibits what our intention actually is. And I think that is what is coming out quite clearly, that we need to have that engagement and look at if this is what we say we want to do, are there policies that prohibits
the entrepreneurs, for instance, to do that business. And that is why that engagement and that integration between the two departments is so important. I think that is also one of the reasons why you are here today. Speak to entrepreneurs to indicate in terms of our town planning, zoning bylaws, we need to go and identify where are the loopholes and what prohibits economic stimulus in our area. So that is just, I want us to clarify that, and that is an engagement we need to have at the strategic level at the municipality. The other thing as well, what I want to encourage entrepreneurs is we are rolling out all of these processes, but sometimes you get very little interaction from the communities and the entrepreneur side. And Zuki, for instance, mentioned the whole issue about the township economy. Now, the township economy contributes significantly towards the broader economic spectrum of Cape Agulhas. But I just get the feeling sometimes that once you start with the spatial development framework process, and specifically the public participation part of it, SDF is seen for rich white people, and the IDP process is seen for poor black people. So that is what we need to see, because at the end of the day, when somebody in the township wants to start up a business and wants to utilize the policies, then they realize, oh, okay, hier is perimeters and his prohibitions, and daar is 'n klomp struikelblokke in die pad gesit as gevolg van die spatial development framework. So that is why when Sonel and them come out with that public participation, we're starting now with a new 5-year spatial development framework review, and we really want to encourage entrepreneurs to make sure that they participate in these processes. They are experiencing those frustrations in terms of taking their businesses forward. And your comment and your input is vitally important, because otherwise we are going to have another spatial development framework for the next 5 years that are keeping local entrepreneurs back for 5 years. So this is an opportunity that I really want to put forward to you and make sure that we utilize that opportunity. Thanks.
If I can maybe just add something to what Eben said. There's a linkage between funding and land. Department of Agriculture can only give funding for pig farmers if the pig farmers got a locked-in agreement or a title deed or a rental agreement. They cannot give any assistance if it's not that. So it starts with land, and we need to look at that seriously.
Good day, everyone. I'm Abraham Tron, also from Town Planning. They just asked me to show some applications that's in the future pipeline, which we are excited about and which might tickle someone's interest. So the first one is the Admiral Development. It's located at the Struisbaai Nostra parking lot. The main idea of it is just 221 apartments. This varies in size from small loft apartments and also bigger 3-bedroom plus units. And then 3,522 square meters commercial space, which includes a shopping store and other smaller, a grocery store and smaller shops. Another one is in Suiderstrand. They call it Oyster Catcher. This has been approved for everything, so they can basically start developing already. It's on your left-hand side as you enter Suiderstrand. The development is 15 single residential properties inside within sandparks. The development land is 20 hectares. So as you can see, the properties are spread out. And yeah, so it's a lot less dense, open living concept. We've also got the Struisbaai Shopping Centre. This is as you enter Struisbaai on your right-hand side. This is not approved yet. It needs to go to the planning tribunal for approval. So this is still in its final phases of planning. It's approximately 5,000 square meters of shopping space that will be provided on the property. Then also a new one that came up. They're busy with the environmental studies before they are going to submit town planning applications. So all layouts are subject to change. It's called Andersfield Eco Aviation Estate. It's going to be linked with Andersfield's runway. With the concept, you have a property directly linked to the runway, so you can build your hangar basically in your backyard for all your planes. They're looking at 88 properties. There's a few business sites, and then obviously the general usage for transport and storage of fuel, etc. Then also we have the Agulhas Lifestyle Estate. That's on the mountain just above the southernmost tip of Africa. This is also not approved yet through council, though it is approved at Environmental Affairs. They are busy with the appeal process at the moment. So after that has been finalized, we will evaluate the approval conditions and from there on make our decision in line with all the comments we have received. And then also, as Donald said earlier, give out the decision and people have the opportunity to object or not, or appeal against the decision. This is also a mixed-use development, which consists of single residential, medium density, retirement village, hotel. So yeah, it's a big variety of land use activities. You can also see it's not very dense, spread out to keep the environment factor open. And then the final one is the Inembark Golf Estate. The idea of this is to link in within the Bredasop Golf Course, and they also will be looking at facilities like single residential, medium residential, types of hospital facilities and business sites. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Town Planning. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a question. Can you be the last question? Thank you.
My apologies for interjecting. My motivation is purely selfish. My name is Winston Bakis. I work for the Department of Small Business Development, but I also, our family also owns a property in Strathspey. So given the amount of development that you are highlighting now, is the intention to turn Strathspey into new Armadas? Because if that's the intention, then I am quite sure that we will be selling our property and taking our retirement plans somewhere else. Because the reason why we bought in Strathspey is because of the character and the nature of it. I understand that there's a balance between development and ensuring economic opportunities, but not at the expense of the reason why so many people want to be around. I mean, it's called the southernmost tip of Africa. People come to see that, and the areas around there for a particular reason. And if we're going to, I mean, I've seen 5 shopping, maybe I'm exaggerating, a number of shopping complexes there. But we need to balance our development with maintaining the character of the area around here. And also, our development must not be at the expense of the people that inhabits the place. I mean, there are people that live here and have lived here for a long time, and they are not given the opportunities that those developments will cause. So like I said, I'm sorry for the intervention, but I am, and it was purely selfish, but I think in terms of development, we need to balance the nature of the town that we find ourselves in with our desire to develop as well. Thank you, and my apologies once again.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Just one thing that I need to mention is when developments are coming to small towns such as Cape Agulhas, it's an opportunity for an entrepreneur to tap into a development and get his or her business into that development. So it's so unfair for the guy to come and say what he's saying, and he's representing small businesses. I am very disappointed as an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Town Planning, and thank you for everything that's been said. Moving swiftly along. We're not moving swiftly along? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, man, except a bit of favor. It's going to be a travesty if I don't add to what Abraham has just alluded to some of the potential developments. Because one of the things that I'm priding myself is to want to be a transformation agent. I really want to make sure that people understand that the economy of Cape Agulhas is not only for one side of the town. So you've mentioned a number of things, but I also want to indicate that even here in Bredasdorp, we've got there are two big business urban that has been identified for specifically economic opportunities for the people in that area. And they are quite in an advanced stage of making sure that the rezoning of those places, of those plots are up and running. We've also got we refer to it as the O'Miller Corridor. It's actually O'Miller start right there from Simonie right down. So there are also business opportunities in that area. Just next to the Lenumati Blauwinkel, you will have noticed there's an open space. Now the council has already made a decision that those must also be developed for enterprise development in the area. They've already drafted the principles of the development. So that is also just indicating to people that the opportunities are not only in Struisbaai, not only in Apir, it's also for our local people within the Bredasdorp area as well. So that's just some of the couple. And again, we are putting out industrial urban now. There's an auction happening, I think, on the 15th of July. And I really want our people to participate in those processes, because otherwise, if we are not going to know about it and we're not going to participate it, then people from over the mountain, daai mense gaan kom en hulle gaan daai erwe kom opkoop. En wat gaan gebeur? Ons mense gaan merely werknemers wees of bigger enterprises. We want to make sure that we transform this economy, that we become employers and not only, ons is nie meer tevrede met die krummels nie. Ons wil ook nou baase wees.
Thank you so much, MM. All right. Firstly, I just want to apologize. We are running very, very, very much off schedule, and my program has been chopped and changed from here and there. But please, let's just remember the core main reason why we are here. We are here to uplift our entrepreneurs. So can we please also remember that they are here? So having our next speaker is from National Home Builders and Registration Council. Thank you so much. And can I also ask questions? Can we please pen down our questions? We are going to have a moment where everybody can go to the different stakeholders. And let's not have a question session after each speaker now. Let's pen them down and then find that person and please go to them at the end of everything. Thank you so much.
I did send it.
Yes, everything I think is here. Here it is.
Thanks.
Sorry, I didn't even present in your name. Agnes van der Klerk.
Agnes, yes, okay. I will need assistance to
change it.
Change over.
Okay.
It doesn't do it automatically, otherwise your timing is
Here's
could be a
your,
challenge.
you can use this.
Is this one?
Oh.
Is it
Where
that
do
one?
you press this one? You just press this one next.
Forward. Okay, thanks.
All right. Let's see if it works. Just check if it works for you. Let's just check with it. There we go.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, Agnes, it's all yours.
Thanks. I'll be quick.
All right.
I can ask the questions afterwards. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag. Moweni. Sorry, closer, they say. Good afternoon. Goeiemiddag, Moweni. Thank you for Cape Agulhas Municipality for inviting the NHBRC to be here today, to be able to share information. We've been having contact with our home builders in this area for many, many years, and every time they tell us that they don't see us enough. So now today I'm standing here. Maybe some of you are home builders and maybe some of you are not, but you are all living in some kind of dwelling. That means that either you're a homeowner or you are living in a home that you're renting or you're living in an RDP home, but you have some kind of shelter. So it means that my audience is actually an audience which is not only to be made up of home builders, but also be made up of, let's call them all homeowners. So everybody is important, and this type of interaction is important to everybody in the audience, not just to home builders. The reason is that the NHBRC is not an organization for home builders. It is actually, in fact, an organization that is there because we protect homeowners. And we do it by means of having the builders to build in a certain manner. So that is why we regulate the home building industry. In simple terms, I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be burdening you with jargon. All I'm trying to say to you is the NHBRC is there for everybody. Everybody has got a stake in what we do or what we don't do. Everybody has got the right to come to us and to interact with us about what we do or what we don't do. In practice, it does mean that the home builders tend to be the audience that we interact with the most, because they become the culprits if the house, the structure is not what it should be. Okay, so that's why I'm saying there in that slide, we protect the home builder. Now, the other thing is, what is important, the second aspect that I want to share with you is the fact that we have a new online system to renew membership as well as to register at this stage, which means that you guys don't have to come to Cape Town any longer or to go to George to be able to renew your membership. You can now do it online. I do have some brochures at the table that I can give you if you're interested, but at the same time, you can have a look at it. It's that www.eservices.nhbrc.org.za. That is where you would be going. You would be clicking on that link if you want to register as a home builder for the first time, or if you want to renew your current membership with the NHBRC. Click, click, click. The process is there. What is going to happen, though, or what happens in practice, is that all the requirements will still be valid. If you don't have access to the internet, in other words, you don't have a laptop, you don't have a computer with internet connection, you don't have a smartphone, then you can still come to the office. But try not to do that, because why should you be coming and standing in a queue if you can do it click, click on your phone? All right. Then the other thing is the digital platform is there, is now since the 9th of March, the only channel that you can actually renew or can apply for registration with the NHBRC. There's no other ways. You can't fill out a form and submit it any longer. You have to do it online. What is important there is, can you just go back quickly? If you do have a problem, there's an email address that you can follow to be able to state your problem. If you do have, either you want to give us a compliment with regards to the online system, or if you want to, unfortunately, report that you have a problem and that you're stuck. So that is the information, but it's also available in this little brochure at the desk to be able to use. I advise you not to only for home builders to come to me, but to come, anybody to come, because this information needs to go through the community, since this is a change in the way that we operate. Okay, what is important then is the fact that we said the registration requirements are still the same. Now, this is not a workshop per se, this is a summit, a different format therefore, so I'm not going to go through all of them. We just need to see that we're talking about the basic requirements when we are dealing with a business. So that's the third aspect that you need to please remember. To be a builder, a home builder, is to run a small business. It's not just about putting the bricks and the mortar and the roof. It is about running a small business. And that is why to be a home builder with its own business is a huge challenge. So you need the assistance of CEDA. You need the assistance of all the economic agencies that you can get. You need to be able to update your information on what is the municipal bylaws. You need to get everything on together to be able to run your business smoothly. If you don't have the technical ability, you can get a technical person to do the bricks. But at the same time, you need to realize that it is not just about putting the bricks on top of one another or the roof on top. It is about running a small business effectively. In this region, now we're talking about balance, but in this region, the opportunities have just been shared with you. So I'm not saying you must go all out and you would be building the shopping center. If you're a home builder, you're not going to build the shopping center, because the home builders are registered with the NHBRC. The retail and commercial builders are different builders, because the requirements that you need to be able to build a shopping mall is different from when you would be building someone's home. You get that? Sure you do. Next, okay, in our requirements, we do provide for all the type of businesses that you can think of. In South Africa, we also have sole traders, we have closed corporations, and we have PTY limiteds. The most of the builders that are registered with us would be PTY limited type of company. Next one. This is about the new companies. If you are thinking about starting up your new home building business, that is what you need to take into account. The NHBRC does provide for new first-time builders. We're not only looking at older builders with experience. So those are the requirements, but you'll find it on our website. So the key to all of this information I've been sharing with you is our website. That's www.nhbrc.org.za. We're not a company, we're not a gov, we're an org. Okay, so we can move on. That's also just the other part of information. When we deal with trusts, we can also, but we can't register them because it's a little bit complicated legally. The partnership, there must be an agreement letter. And if you're not a South African citizen, you have to give us a 50,000 Rand guarantee. And then the important here is training. And obviously, according to that answer, we would be able to see this is a new business, or sorry, this is a long-standing business. Important when you start out, you need to have an engineer. Doesn't have to be a full-time engineer. Engineers do give them out, but they must be registered with the NHBRC. There must be a proof of residence, not older than 3 months, And if there are, we need to have the names of all the shareholders and the owners of the business. We've experienced with the online registration that most of the issues surrounding where the registration process gets stuck has got to do with the details of the shareholders. So when you get to register for the first time, it's important that you realize that you must have the details, even especially the cell phone numbers of those people correct when you insert them into the program. Okay, we can move on. We did refer to blacklisting this morning. So it simply means that you need to honor, where's Nedbank? You need to honor your agreement with whomever is your creditor. And we need to see that agreement so that we can register you properly. Okay. Those are the fees. People come back to us, the fees remain the same, whether you're doing it online or doing it manually. There's a tendency to say that, oh, it is too much. The amount of 127,193 is the amount that you would be paying in full when you register for the first time. And then every year, the renewal application will be 526.32. The amounts are funny amounts because we don't pay VAT. VAT is not included in what is being paid to the NHBRC. Why? Because we are a government agency. Next one. Enrollment is very important, and this is where there's in the past been challenges with regards to the information about enrollment. We know that the history of this area is that people come and they build holiday homes around here. And then unfortunately what happens is that the project is not enrolled with the NHBRC. Because it's said in many reasons, but some of the reasons being, it's my second home. I'm not going to live in it permanently. Therefore, I'm not going to enroll it with the NHBRC. Any home in which a person or people are living must, if it's newly built, must be registered with the NHBRC. We don't care whether it's a holiday home or a new home that you're living in Joburg. It's your home that you're going to be living in at least for part of the year. So that is where there are challenges. You must please, because our inspectors will be coming out, and they do come in here regularly, although it's kind of remote, not that remote. But bottom line is they do visit your area very often, and then it means in practice, if it's not enrolled, they will be pick it up. Okay, and then standards. Can we go back to standards quickly? It's too quick. Okay, standards. Why is that there? It's there because you need to see that we are building or we are regulating the industry according to standards. It's not that we've been waking up one morning and decided it should be like that. It's about that. The standards or the manual is also about the information that you need to disseminate when you are writing your test if you register with us for the first time. And that is also the manual that has been used by the inspector to compare how it should be built, whether it's been built according to the standards or not. Next, thank you. So there we have it, that the inspectors will be coming out. In total, we only have like 20 inspectors, but they're roaming because your building projects go around in different areas. So when it's done, they would be reallocated to certain areas, and it means that they are roaming all the time. In fact, that they are present here. They are present here because you're building in this area. And by the way, they don't make appointments. They just pitch on the stand or on the site where the building has been done. Next. Yes, the other reason why I'm here is for all homeowners or all people that obviously, as I said, you're living in some kind of dwelling, is this little booklet, which has got valuable information about your warranty. If you are if you've been living in one of the houses that's been built in the past 5 years, you will have a warranty. And this little booklet tells you more about that. It's important for me while I'm here to share this with you because it's information that I'm surely you don't always get access to. So they're also available at the desk for you to pick up, please. Sorry, 1 minute. I've got 1 minute left. So What am I going to share with you in 1 minute? Compliances, if there are problems, we have conciliations sessions and we sort out the builders. You know, builders can be tough people, you know, all of that. So it simply means that we have sessions if there are issues and we come to some kind of conclusion as to who's going to rectify the mistakes in the home. Now, homes are actually made up of 3 sections. You know that: foundation, wall, and roof. And we give you a structural guarantee for the total structure of that home, which has been described in this little booklet, which means then that if there's a structural problem, we need to decide who's going to fix it. And that's what comes along if we have conciliation sessions. Or compliance, they must comply. In other words, with the standards, the manual that we have. You can move on. They will be collecting these, so they will be reading about the warranty in this. You can move on. Next year, it's fine. Don't worry, I've done that. Remedial works, if there's major problems, then we would be coming in and there would also be a process either to go back to the builder, original builder, or for us to appoint someone to sort out the problem. Training, yes, we have a training unit. Once you're registered with the NHBRC, as a builder, your staff and yourself can come for training free of charge. We have a training officer. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today. She wanted to. But bottom line is there is an active service like that. But you must be registered with the NHBRC. Okay, and then conclusion. Number 1, it's important, forget about everything else I've said, is that we have a partnership that we work with. We can't deal with all our matters if we don't have Western Cape Human Settlements, if we don't have National Human Settlements, if we don't have CEDA, if we don't have CIDB, even them, if we don't have them with us on board in terms of working as a unit, as working with a partnership, as well as the banks, we're talking about all the banks, the major banks, we cannot deliver the quality check on the homes that are newly built. If you want more information, you can come to my desk. I'll share it with you, or I'll give you a booklet to inform you about the information. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Agnes, for that presentation. Any questions, please do go to Agnes there where she is, please, because of, no, okay. The people want to ask the questions, let me, all right.
I would like to know, in a case of a safety officer which is qualified, SAMTRACT or NOSHA, do they have to register with NHB as well? So it's a compulsory. So if a company employs a safety officer on the building site, so we have to register with their own individual. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Agnes. Okay, moving swiftly along. Can we have our next speaker from the Department of Transport and Public Works under the Supply Chain Rights, Rentia Marks. Thank you. Oh, and the construction industry. Sorry, my darling. All right, let's have you guys here.
Thank you, dear.
Hey. Oh, but small. Sorry. I thought he was unpaid. That wasn't a platform for y'all. It wasn't.
Yeah, it's not a platform for many things. Where's delay? Thank you. There we go. You can.
So is this also with the, because I know you guys are transport and public works and the EPWP part. EPWP. Okay.
Construction.
All right. Lovely. Okay. You guys are doing, you guys got 10 minutes.
Hey, 10 minutes. We're gonna make it 16 minutes. We'll do 2 minutes each. As I start.
I don't think it's going to be necessary. Oh.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm?
Do you want me to switch?
It's fine. I will. I know. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, there's this thing that my colleague always does just to vroom everyone. So I will say Ziggy Ziggy, you say hi, hi, hi. Ziggy Ziggy Ziggy. Ziggy Ziggy Ziggy. I was just checking if everyone is awake. I see everyone is still intact. So right away, my name is Ntombis Wane. I am from the Department of Transport and Public Works, from the construction industry, innovation and empowerment. I am within the Contractor Development Program team as the regional coordinator. I am here with my partner, my colleague, Ms. Linnell as well. So because we are pressed for time, so I am just going to boil down why I am here, to lay the foundation. And yet we're here to for all the supporting, for all the emerging contractors. So just by the show of hands, who is in the construction industry or still intend to be part of or go into the construction industry? All right, maybe when I'm done, you might change your mind and opt to go into the construction industry. So as I introduced myself, I am within or part of the contracted development program team. So our main objective is to support and empower emerging contractors through skills training and enhancement. So each and every one that is opting or is interested to be part of or go into the construction industry, we're here to assist. So it works in different interventions. So we have 4 interventions. We have the construction information session, which is similar of what is happening today, but more on the construction side. And then we also have the structured training. We also have the advanced training and mentoring, and also the customized training. So just to boil down a little bit on the structured training compromises of enterprise development, labor-intensive construction and innovation, and health and safety, so that whenever Department of Labor from the inspection side, you will be able to what was the word to motivate or substantiate in terms of your health and safety hazards. And we also have construction practicals, surveying. We also have site administration. But to be part of our program, you have to be, you have to at least be a level 1 or a level 2. And then you must at least be registered at least for 2 years. And you must be registered under CIDB. And the program runs from 8 weeks to 8 months. And then we also have the advanced training and mentoring. That is where you are not like the structured training. Just to go back a bit, the structured training, you are in a classroom. And then with the advanced training and mentoring, you are elected one mentor that will walk through with you enhancing your business. But that we target from CIDB level from 3 up until 5. So in a nutshell, that is what we have to offer as the construction contractor development program from the construction industry, innovation and empowerment. So that is our application form. Should anyone is interested to be within or be part of a construction industry, we are here you're welcome to come to a table and grab a blue folder where you can slot in your application and the pamphlet. But nonetheless, that is our contact details. We are also provide that for you as well. We have here, we have the, what is this? The contact details here. And that is the end of my presentation. Short and sweet. Any questions, or that will be left up until the end? Oh, is that fine? Okay. All right. Okay, sure. Any questions? Going once, going twice, or should I say ziggy, ziggy, ziggy? Okay.
Sana, I think Ukam is also going to pay for my soaking my feet today because I've been up and down.
You need to wear comfortable shoes. Good afternoon. Thank you to the presenter. First of all, I'm from the municipality side. I'm from the infrastructure services side. I want to maybe make an impassioned plea to the contractors, like there is a deficit of skills, local skills, and local contractors to partake in the economy of the municipality and other state-owned enterprises in our district. So I'm going to put a challenge forth either to LED to set up a similar workshop like this, focused at emerging contractors in our municipality. It is sad to see that none of our very few of our contractors are registered with the CIDB. They are bucky builders, they are small contractors, they don't have the necessary support, and they don't partake in the economy and the formal tender processing, whether it is to build an ablution block. If I just take an example that R1 million contract to build an ablution block in Napier, and nobody from our municipal district partakes in that tenders. So we have quite a lot of big tenders and smaller ones, but I think we need ongoing support of our local contractors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aziz, on that. Thank you so much. Any other thing? Were you the one who built it? People here, proper equipment.
If I remember correctly, I sat on the tender board, there was only one bid that was received. So if you don't bid, if you're not registered and you don't submit, if you don't submit your own bid, then you cannot say that you. Yes, but I'm encouraging exactly the same thing, that people like yourselves be given the necessary support. That's my comment. Thank you.
No, I'll bring it to you.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry, sir. So I didn't get your name, but then just to iterate what gentleman said here, that he pleads that we come back and then we have a session like this, our own construction information session. But my colleague over there, Almost Linnell, has informed me that earlier last year, we had a construction information session. So when we had a little chat with Ian, he said that he's going to have a similar workshop, which is the construction information session, but we're not excluding anyone because we do have our supply chain that's going to be present. And then it would be nice if you can also be part of our stakeholders, where you can be part of the empowerment, where you showcase that I have done this certain project. This is how I did it. This is how we can where we can motivate each other. It's more of interaction. It's more about making the connections. This is the whole idea why we're also present here, not to give you back to the next person, because you become a person because of another person. You don't come as knowing everything. We learn each and every minute, each and every day. So it would be nice if I can also have your contact details. And then when we come here, and then you can also be part of the collaboration. Thank you.
Awesome. Anything else that anybody wants to add?
Yeah. Oh, see. Okay.
Okay. Don't be come back. Don't be. Your colleague wants you come back. Can we proceed? Awesome. Here we go.
Thank you, dear. Is it good to be here? That's the wrong answer. If I say if it's good to be here, you must say it's nice to be here. Is it nice to be here? So they're still awake. And I know you're hungry. I'm literally going to be a minute, guys. My name is Renisha Marks, and I'm representing the provincial Western Cape government. Please remember that because it's very important in relation to what I'm going to share with you right now. Just once again, thank you to the Cape Agulhas municipality for extending the invitation. There's obviously a need to have this type of engagements, especially since we have COVID and we haven't had a lot of one-on-ones. And I had a good conversation with Ian at the back where he indicated that we would come back again. And especially from supply chain, it's very important to have one-on-ones with the service providers so that we could, can you hear me? Yeah, so that we can engage about your profiles, which is what I'm going to talk about. So the reason why I'm here today is to speak about your license to do business with the provincial Western Cape government. And we need to get that right because every time we have an engagement, there seems to be confusion about, but I'm registered on the CSD. How come I'm not getting RFQs? What do you know about what the requirements are to do business with a municipality? What is the requirements to do business with the Navy, national departments, local departments, and the provincial departments? So I'm from Transport and Public Works, which is one of the 13 departments in the Western Cape. And for you to do business with the provincial Western Cape government, the 13 departments, you must be registered on the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank, and you must be registered on the CSD, the National Central Supplier Database. By show of hands, is everybody registered on the CSD as we sit here? The Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank? I'm hearing no, and I am not surprised. So just to give you a bit of background, I'm not going to follow that now. I just want to give you a bit of background because some of you might know the Western Cape Supplier Database, which was managed by Ariba years ago. And I'm hearing that you're mentioning Ariba. We no longer do business with Ariba. We have taken matters into our own hands, where the provincial treasury now manages this database called the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank. Now, it's very important to remember this because the CSD is the master database in terms of your profile of your business. It's your Facebook of your business. Okay? It contains vital information which is integrated with the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. So in the past, when we dealt with Ariba, I used to fill out about 13 forms, actually a whole pack, and I'm sure that many of you were irritated by that. And then you have to send it to Century City and you have to wait, and they take up to 7 to 14 days to respond. That's no longer the case. We email the forms. Provincial Treasury will request the forms from you, and they will do the necessary verification. And the reason why we have the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank is because the CSD does not cater or does not verify your BE certificate, your BE credentials, and it does not cater for the declaration of interest. Okay? Because every time you do a tender, you've got to complete that SBD4. So every time you have to submit a bid. Whereas with the provincial departments, we have the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank, and your declaration of interest is housed on there and is valid for 12 months. And you have to renew it every 12 months. So we would just go and extract as supply chain officials from the database. Okay, making it easier for you. Your contact details, your tax details, your bank details is automatically migrated to the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. So you no longer have to go to the bank and still go and fill in the form like you did in the past. You don't have to supply me with a tax clearance certificate, which SARS, by the way, doesn't supply anymore. So The CSD is a live system. It's integrated with the various institutions, Home Affairs, SARS, the banks. And so all that information is verified and validated. And that is also housed and directly integrated with the SEB, the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. Now, the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank is a paper-based application. It's reduced from that 13 pages to literally 3 pages. That's excluding your WCBD4, your BE certificate, and your 6.1 to claim points. Okay. We brought forms along, but we actually just kept them because when I spoke to Ian and he said you would invite us, I would much rather want to sit down with you, have one-on-one, and ensure the completeness and correctness of information. And we will submit it on your behalf. And I'm hoping that that will take place in the next month or so, because he has committed from the municipality side. And we are prepared to come out, to come and assist. We are passionate, just as you are passionate about your business, we are passionate about our business. And we know what the need is. You don't want to send forms and to be told later, oh, but you missed point number 4 or point number 5, or the commissioner didn't put a date, because we come across that daily, where those things are forgotten and it's going to cost you resources again to submit. One important thing that I want you to remember before I leave here, the Western Cape Supplier Evidence Bank, very important, is linked to our e-procurement system called EPS, the EPS solution. If you are not registered on the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank as you sit here, you are losing out on opportunities. Because that is where the 13 departments would advertise, and you would, if you are registered in the correct commodity, you would receive a request for quotation. Do we understand? You are losing out as we speak. And you must remember, for you to do business with the state, you must be tax compliant, your business must be active, there must be no conflict of interest, because this is on the increase we see on a daily basis. Government officials, my colleagues, I love you very much, but please, you cannot do business with the state. It's very clear. The CSD, I love it because it flags it immediately. For those who don't know, entrepreneurs, the CSD will flag it. So even if you want your husband or wife to be part of the business, remember they can have a business. They just can't do business with the state. So it flags that. So you must be tax compliant, have an active business, a valid bank account. What am I missing out on, Anthea? And that's it. The Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank, the only time you will be suspended on that database is when your declaration of interest has expired. So even if you're not tax compliant, you will still receive an RFQ. But remember, because we take pride in what we do and we don't want any corruption and we don't want to support any malicious practices, we will make sure that your profile is in order, that you are tax compliant, and that your credentials are valid. So please make sure, as business people, as entrepreneurs, for you to do business with us, get your affairs in order. You need to take charge of your profile. You need to take charge of who you are and what you represent, because that will be reflected on your profiles on the databases. And if it's not in order, you won't hear from me. Please don't call Renisha and say, but why am I not getting any? You told me to register, I registered. And then I find out you're not even registered in the correct commodity. But it's not my duty to tell you that. You must know what your business is about and what you're selling. And I'll make an example. There was one guy who I was assisting with the registration, and he said, "Ek verkoop sand," selling sand. And I asked him, what type of sand? And he looked at me confused. I'm just making that as an example. Same with the caterers. Oh no, I'm doing catering. Okay. So are you prepared to do a ministerial function of 300 people? Now you might not even have the resources, to do this. Or are you networking with other service providers to uplift them who's capable of Because we need to start doing that also as SMMEs. Encourage one another, work with one another, network with one another. And if you're not able to, pass it on to your next colleague. Because that's what we are. We are not enemies of one another. I hope that I brought the message across, which is very important to do business with the Western Cape government. We intend coming back. Ian, I'm holding to your word about inviting us again, because I do know from recent engagements, we find that there's a lot of SMMEs who's not aware of the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. It was launched and implemented in 2019 for those who had existing profiles, but active existing profiles in 2019. You were automatically migrated, but please ensure that your profiles are in order. And if you're not sure, and then I will come back again and we will sit and do your profiles. There's our contact details. You don't have to wait for in a month's time either. Send us an email. My colleague Anthea at the back, I forgot to introduce her. It's Renisha Marks and Anthea de Beek. Send us an email and ask. The Nedbank lady was pointing that out. If you don't ask, we won't know. And we are here servants and of service to you. Servants of service to you. I thank you.
Would you like to call on the questions? Before I let Renisha go, is there any questions for her? Or you're gonna get her on the side? Mr. McKinney, on the side or now? Is that a question now or for later? During the people.
So you're saying even though you registered on CSD, you must still register on this bank, and then you must still register on CAM. Then you must still register. It doesn't make sense.
Too much register.
I want to mention one important thing. Thank you for that question, sir. The CSD is a register of service providers. It is not linked to any e-procurement system. And so therefore, for now, sir, and I know that that is what government envisaged doing, that we work on one system, but it's not currently happening. So unfortunately, when you want to do business with the city of Cape Town and you want to submit RFQs for a certain threshold, they might require you to be registered on an internal database. But just remember, the master database is the central supplier database for all government institutions and parastatals. It's just that with the three spheres, you need to understand from the supply chain perspective how we operate and what we require for you to do business. And that's our internal processes. So for the 13 provincial departments in the Western Cape, you have to be registered on the Central Supply Database and the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank. And remember, the Western Cape Supply Evidence Bank is linked to our e-procurement system, which is different from the City of Cape Town system, which is different from the navies, different from defense. It's unique to the 13 departments. I know it's a nightmare, but once you register, it's about managing your profiles, managing the administration of your profile, because once you do it, you're there. It's about managing your profile. Sorry. Correct.
I'm just seeing that the rate for small business this increase. That's all I was trying to highlight.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so any more questions? Okay, we're gonna move on to our last speaker. Thank you so much, Ms. Marks, for your presentation. We're gonna move on to our last speaker before we have lunch. I'm gonna ask that once they are done and we're done with questions and answers after they've spoken, please remain on your seats. Lunch will be served to you where you are sitting. Ne? Ne? Understand then? Secret. Okay. Secret, Auntie Curry? Auntie Curren's rights? All right, moving straight along, I'd like to call on Construction Industry and Develop Board, Thandukolo Ngenge, is our next presenter. Oh, so you've been waiting for this one. Oh, hey, it's gonna be heated. It's gonna be hot.
Good afternoon, everyone. There are two registers that are circulating. I'm looking for two. Given three of them. Do you have a CIDB register on your table, perhaps? Okay. Are there any CIDB registered contractors here? Okay. Okay. Thank you. We can do the slides. Yeah. My presentation is supposed to be 30 minutes, but I need to rush. I presume I've got 15 minutes, but as my 5 minutes. My colleagues already have mentioned that the municipalities will be inviting the partners, so we'll have another opportunity to engage further. Fortunately, the municipality has been proactive in terms of engaging the CIDB. I know they're at the early stages of developing sort of a document that will assist some of the issues that were raised here around the contractors' support for SMMEs, those ones that are in the construction sector. So I'm not sure whether I'm at liberty to talk about it, but I know the municipality has been proactive, and I'm looking forward to further engagements with the municipality. And I think that will assist many of the emerging contractors in the construction sector. So myself, I'm from the CIDB, which is a Construction Industry Development Board. In short, the referee for our mandate is about developing the sector. There's more when we engage further with the municipality, we're now developing the emerging contractors. For example, we've got what is called the Build Program. Now we are collecting revenue from all projects that are above 60 million from the government entities, municipalities, provincial governments, national departments. This money will be plowed back to the SMMEs in the construction sector. So the municipality, once the build program has been set up, there's a fund has been set up, all the governance issues, then we'll engage the municipality. There will be funds available for municipality to assist the emerging contractors in their districts. And I'm happy that there's also the district municipality. Maybe in our engagements, please assist so that we can also reach out to the district municipality and also have more discussions around the contractor development program. But today I'm talking about the register of contractors, which is a very important register that, all of contractors, construction contractors who wish to do work in the public sector, all the public sector funded construction contracts. If you want to partake in that, you must be registered with the CIDB. Okay, you must be registered with the CIDB. I hope in the future we'll also, through the municipality, maybe make time and come once a month to be able to offer the services to those emerging contractors in this area, in this municipality and the district. So the register of contractors, basically, it is an electronic database where when you come to the CIDB, you meet a certain criteria around the track record and your financial capability of your entity, and you register with the CIDB. And then by registering with the CIDB, then you are able to access opportunities in the public sector, whether be that at a municipal level or provincial or even national governments. But for any public project that is funded through public funds, you must be registered with the CIDB. I'll briefly, because of the time, just talk to why this register. This register, it's a risk management tool for clients. For example, when you register with the CIDB, we have all your information, your details, your track record. We know your financial capability. So when there's a tender that goes out and you make an offer, so the government entity, be that a municipality or provincial government, is able then to assess that you are the right contractor to do the work. Okay, because CIDB has done all the preliminary work in terms of assessing your own capabilities, in terms of your track record and the financial capability. In that way, the municipality is able to manage their risk. If they award a construction contract to a CIDB registered contractor with the right grading and the right construction works classes of work. So in that way, they're able to manage their risk. Furthermore, it makes the tendering process much easier for them because it reduces that administrative burden that they would have to undertake if you didn't have a CIDB registration. And furthermore, this database or the register of contractors, any government entity anywhere in the country is able to access this register and be able to determine how many contractors in a particular municipality, district, or province. So if they have certain interventions that are targeting the construction sector contractors, so they're able to get information about those contractors, what classes of work these contractors are able to do, what gradings they have. So in that way, the register works both for the contractors and also the clients. In terms of the clients, they're able to manage their risk, they're able to assist them in terms of their administration process. And for the contractors, it opens up opportunities, because if you're registered with the CIDB, once you are registered, you are able then to get information on all the tenders that are advertised nationally, and you can even access even to your own district. So, forward. But I'll quickly touch then, on the construction work, because sometimes we get requests from the municipalities or queries, what constitutes construction? In terms of the CIDB, construction work is the provision of a combination of goods and services arranged for development, extension, installation, repair, etc. But this combination of goods and services must result to a fixed asset. Okay, so you might have a combination of goods and services. For example, the municipality wants someone to cut grass, that's a service, and or someone supplying sand or cement, but that doesn't fall under construction. Whether the cement is for construction activities or the bricks are for construction activities. If it's a supply only or labor only, work, then that doesn't fall under the CIDB. But once there's a combination of goods and services, someone is supplying builders and bricks and sand and cement, and they build a hall like this, then that falls under our scope. We regulate that all the contractors who conduct that work. So that is very important. For example, you're closer to the ocean here. I know in Cape Town, there's a lot of boat building. That building a boat or ship, it's construction, and the boat is an asset, but it's not a fixed asset because it moves around. So we wouldn't cover construction for shipbuilding. Okay, so it's very important to understand that we only cover construction or combination of goods and services, and there must be a fixed asset. Okay, who should register? So already I've touched on this. Any contractor who's capable and to do the work and has, in terms of track record and financial resources, can register with a contractor. With the CIDB. We will check their track record and see if what relevant classes of work. For example, our colleague here from NHBRC, you know, was explaining how the NHBRC works and those who are registered. I mean, someone who's registered with an NHBRC can register with a CIDB using the same track record from NHBRC. Okay, they've been building homes, which will fall under general buildings. So if they've got a sufficient track record and also the financial capability, we can recognize that, okay? And then that person can register with the CIDB. Joint ventures, we don't register joint ventures, but if they are registered, they form a joint venture because they want to combine resources so that they are able to tender. Then that's fine. But those individual companies must be registered with the CIDB, but the joint venture itself, we don't register joint ventures. Okay, so the next slide. For example, I know there's been a mention that the small contractors in your region and municipality are not getting opportunities because maybe they've got lower gradings. But they can have different combinations. They can club together. For example, if you've got grade 2 contractors, 3 of them, and the tender that is out is for grade 3, that they can combine resources and tender for that work. Okay, so there are those type of calculators. We've got it on our website, but as I'm saying, we will forward this presentation to the municipality so that we get that information. Okay, these are tender value limits. You know, if you are grade 1, your upper tender limit is 500,000. Grade 2, it's 1 million. Grade 3, it's 3 million. Right up to grade 9, which there's no limit. You can go for billions. And recently, the CIDB, we've been having a campaign, you know, reminding those who are registered to come and, you know, their annual renewals. So I've seen a response, at least I've seen a Agulhas civils. They are grade 5. I hope there's more contractors that have higher grades here so that all this work that come from the municipality, these contractors can benefit from them. So I know first time the municipality contacted us, they asked the database. When I checked most people are registered, they've never renewed their CIDB status. But please, if you want to partake in construction opportunities, please make sure you pay your annual, you know, renewals. If you are grade 1, every 3 years, you know. If you are grade 2, every year you must keep your active status by paying 250 rands. Okay. So those are different classes of construction work. You've got the general building, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, the electrical, and specialist works. So it is important to have that understanding so that you know what your classes of work. For example, as I made an example earlier, if you are with NHBRC and you've been building homes already, that gives you a track record for general buildings, you know? So that means if there's a tender to build a school, a library or hall or a clinic, you can come to the CIDB, register, use your track record from building the homes, okay? And also, please check your financial, your business finances. Make sure you have someone who's helping you, whether that is an accountant or a clerk, because that's what we check when we assess your financial capability. We'll check your highest turnover or your available capital to say, okay, because of this track record, this turnover over a period of 2 years or the available capital, this is a grade that we'll give to you, okay? And this is a classes of work. Those are different specialist classes of works. You know, I would also encourage, especially people with a skill, whether you're a plumber, a bricklayer, because construction, the entry to construction, the barrier to entry is quite low. So you get a lot of people coming and registering with us. And some people don't even have a construction related skill. Of course, you are allowed, it's your constitutional right to come and register with the CIDB, but it would be good, those people, you know, who've been working from Bakkies or were plumbers, to start your own company. At least you have a skill and there's an opportunity for you to be developed. In the future, the CIDB, as I said earlier, will plow back to the sector so that those people are able to start their own entities, you know, and they've got a good start, the classes of work and the grading. So how we grade you will give you a number, there's a number and two letters. The number talks to the upper tender limit. For example, if you are grade 1, you can tender for work up to 500,000, or grade 3, work up to 3 million. So then there's a two letters. It will say you're grading 3 GB. That is, your upper tender limit is 3 million, and your GB, that means the classes of work is general buildings. You are a contractor that can build the halls like this, clinics, libraries, etc., etc. So it is important then when you're starting your business, even if you're not registered, make sure that when you get opportunities from the municipality, they help you to get the award letter should clarify the type of work you are doing, okay? That award letter and the completion letter as well. It should say contractor ABC was built a school so that we know this contractor, the classes of work is general buildings, okay? Or contractor ABC was doing plumbing. That must clarify, but we'll have further engagements so that we assist the municipality, you know, with these classifications and grading so that they can help the residents from their municipality. There is an example there. It says grade 5 CEPE. So that means that contractor can tender up to, so that contractor is owned, managed, and controlled by Black people. There's certain advantages that are linked to the P status. For example, if you are P status and the municipality has a developmental program that is targeting emerging contractors. For example, if you are 5 and you sign an agreement with the municipality to be developed by the municipality in their contractor development program, you can be awarded a tender which is at 6 because they are developing you and they're giving you support. Okay, so that's an advantage of a PE status. Okay, but we will, as I'm saying, in the future when we have a seminar like this, we'll talk more about it. That's a grading method. You must have there's a works capability. That is, if you come to us to register at a CIDB, you must look at the projects that you have done over the 5-year period. Take the biggest project out of the number of projects you've done, okay? And then also then we will also check your best annual takeover, your annual turnover and available capital. From that information, okay, we're able then to say, this is a grading that you get, and this is our classes of work. Those then, that's how we determine the financial capability, because we have to make sure that you're also able to start the work that you are awarded, the contract that you are awarded, because you've got sufficient financial resources. That's a reason we check your financial capability. But this is not necessarily the money that you have in the bank, but we'll check it in your own financial statements. For example, for grade 1, you know, there is no requirement in terms of financial capability. But and from grade 3, then we start checking your financial capability. For example, if you apply for grade 3, you must at least complete a project which is 450,000 or above in terms of your track record, and your available capital supposed to be 100,000. That is either you have a credit facility or that's an available capital that we have in the bank and all that. So that's how we assess for different gradings, the financial capability and also the track record. So for grade 3 to 4, you must meet both that financial capability in terms of the turnover. Sorry, you can meet one of them, the turnover or available capital. But from grade 5, you must meet both the turnover requirement and also the available capital. This is to ensure that if you are a CIDB contractor, yes, you've got a track record, there is evidence, but also you've got the financial resources to start the work and finish it off. Thank you. That's a repetition of the same information. Those are the type of registration we have. Your grade 1, you can do grade 1 online. If you have your cell phone, you've got a banking app, you can finish in no time. In 3 minutes, 4 minutes, you can be registered. But make sure before you come and register with us, you are with the CSD. You've registered with the CSD. And furthermore, our system is already integrated, is linked to the CSD. So hence we are able then for grade 1, the information that we provide is a minimal information because we extract all your details from the CSD, okay, your central supplier database. You can also apply for grade 2 to 9. You can have more than one class of work. We might have a GB, CE, etc., which gives you opportunity to tender for more work. Okay. That's information you need to have when you apply online. I will share with you. I won't take much of your time. I'm done. Those are the applicable fees. For example, if you are grade 1, you register today as a grade 1, you'll pay 450 rands. And your active status, then you're very. And then you must, if you're still in grade 1 in 3 years, you must come and renew and pay the 450. But then starting from grade 2, yes, there would be an admin fee of 450 rands, but annually you must pay the 250. So those are applicable admin fees and annual fees. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry that I have to rush, but promised that this is not the last time coming again, and I'm happy the municipality is having this kind of initiatives. And Gavin, it tells me grew up here. He must pay back. It's the first time I met Gavin, but I've seen the work he has done. I inherited one of the projects where he wrote a very good business case. He started an incubation program for another entity I'm not going to name, but that was a wonderful project. So you've got a resource here. He says to me he can offer his services for free to the municipality.
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Makeni. Before we let Mr. Ngenge go, any questions? Or will you go? Okay.
I've got a question for you. In my experience as a safety officer, and I was involved with the company in Vredenburg as well. We did the Saldana project, and we got tenders from certain people that were grade 5s. They never owned a company at all, but they were at grade 5 registration and for tenders. And they got the tenders all the time, and we fought because every time they go there, they're grade 5, they get the tenders. Then they subcontract people, but they don't even own a company or own staff. Then they subcontract people, and that's when things go wrong. How do you avoid that, and how do you check on the company status of people that are already registered on grade 5, but get the tenders, but then subcontract to a lower quality or lower value contractors?
Thank you for that question. That would be really a concern for someone who's a construction company, but maybe they're not doing the work. But however, you must be aware that there are different kind of arrangements when people start companies. One can have a holding company. Okay, you've got this mother company and it has subsidiaries. And they can also, the very same subsidiaries, they can contract or subcontract to the holding company and all that. But we can take this discussion offline, but of course we do our best to verify if the company is legit and all that. And also, you must remember there are also trusts. A trust can register with the CIDB. A trust can also have other entities under it, and maybe they might have subcontracting arrangements and all that. But maybe if we get specifics and you suspect that there's something that is underhand, we've got an enforcement unit, investigation and enforcement unit within the CIDB. So if someone has brought information to us and they misrepresented, we can investigate wrongdoing, we can register, and they would never do any work in the construction sector for 10 years or something. Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? Okay, thank you so much for taking it. In closing, can we please give a warm welcome to Councillor October, who will, sorry, I've got Donald. I always do this. Karen Donald. Karen Donald, sorry. I always do this.
Thank you, Jackie. No, I think that's good. Thank you. When you follow the speakers that I am following, not like the MM says it's difficult to follow the mayor. When you follow everybody that I'm following today, there's only one thing to say, and that's thank you. I've had the privilege to propose a vote of thanks and to acknowledge the contribution of those who have worked really hard to make this event possible. I'm the portfolio head of finance and IT, and the exciting thing, I'm the portfolio head of local economic development and tourism, and I am so proud of my department today. Thank you to Oscar, to Ian, to Han, and to our production team, the ICT department. On behalf of the department, a very hearty thanks to all of these things that I learned today. I haven't learned about Gavin, I know him well. To SEDA, to the CIDB, to Nedbank, to the DPW, to the NA. Thank you. And Jackie. For everybody who spared their time and their busy schedules, you've traveled to the southernmost tip of Africa, where we're going to lead the change and we're going to industrialize South Africa. We're going to lead the change to the rest of the province and to the rest of South Africa from the southernmost tip. And the opportunity of hearing the many speakers and the hashtags. The mayor said, you can't be an entrepreneur without passion. And we've been inspired today here, and we all have passion after we leave here. Gavin said, hashtag, get the basics right and the money will follow. Hashtag, don't be a one day wonder. And for everybody that's not in their seats today, let this not be a one-day thing. Let's go to these people that aren't in their seats and spread the message. And imparting the knowledge and the passion that we've added here today to the success of this event. Today we got a lot of information which will truly help us in our life and our endeavors. I have no words to offer the gratitude for your valuable presence, for the enthusiasm that everybody's brought here today. We received a deep insight into the topics and revealed some interesting information.
I also want to extend a thanks to all of the speakers who've entertained us with their important and worthy opinions, the options and the opportunities. And an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels started turning weeks ago. It requires planning, a bird's eye view of the detail, and finally, thanks to our budding entrepreneurs that have made the event joyful with your enthusiasm and your questions. And thank you that you got up, you dressed up, and you showed up. Let's do that every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karen Donald. I got it right. All right, so as we had asked, please remain in your seats and lunch will be served to you. And we also like to say thank you once again to everybody that streamed live on our platforms on Facebook and YouTube Live. Thank you for taking the time and using your Wi-Fi and your data to be part of this. We truly, truly appreciate that. And my MM has something to say. Okay. Are you sure? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will be sending my invoice. The other stakeholders, you know where to get me, if you want me. All right. All right. So thank you so much, everybody. And thank you to Antoinette Events for hosting us. It's always a pleasure to be here. Thank you.